Stay with us. We will be back soon.
We are delighted to welcome you to the opening of the QAHub Global Conference 2025. Thank you to everyone who has joined us. Alim and Aya are here with you. What awaits you? Distinguished speakers, breakthrough cases, world-class networking. QAHub Community is a global community where IT professionals come together to share knowledge, experience, and fresh ideas. Our speakers and members are from more than 80 countries. Join our social networks where you can discover all the cool things we do. And now we present our distinguished speakers, our partners, our organizing team. So let's begin.
Hello, everyone. Guess what? You were expecting a human host, but today your conference is powered by AI. Don't worry, I promise not to start speaking in binary, unless you ask. Well, thank you for joining us. This is QAHub and I'm Alim. We're starting our global conference. Stay with us. You won't regret it. We're excited to announce a fantastic competition for all attendees, featuring great prizes for those who complete the contest terms. Visit our social media channels to learn more and join the fun. And now, let me introduce our first inspiring speaker, a leader in the IT industry and the head of the AI Run initiative at EPAM Systems. Thanks to his expertise and vision, more than 10,000 EPAM specialists are implementing cutting-edge solutions at the intersection of generative AI, DevOps, and Agile, helping clients accelerate innovation and achieve outstanding results. His journey is a story of successful transformations and a constant drive for excellence. Please welcome the person who is shaping the future of IT. Meet Adam Auerbach. Adam, go ahead.
Awesome. What an introduction. Wow. Hey, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be joining us from. Really excited to be here today talking to you about AI and testing. Let me share my screen here. Second. Okay. Hopefully you see my presentation mode. So I'm gonna keep going, assuming you do, and then someone will tell me if you don't see it correctly. So my name is Adam Auerbach. I, like our AI bot told you, it's a really great introduction. I lead the testing practice here at EPAM, as well as I co-head what we call AI Run, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. I've been at EPAM for 8 years now. I've been in the testing industry my entire career. You can connect with me on LinkedIn with Adam Auerbach, or follow me on Twitter X at Bugman31. So I'm really happy to be here. We have a really fantastic lineup of speakers, so hopefully you'll be able to check them out later today. Basically, I want to just start maybe with a little story, which is 3 years ago. I've been in this job for a long time, and maybe 3 years ago, when ChatGPT came out and we started doing testing of GitHub Copilot, etc., I really got concerned. I really got scared that, we have been talking, people have been talking about the death of testing for a long time. That really has never come to fruition. And but this time I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe with the advent of AI, maybe this is the end of the practice as we know it. And I'm really happy to say, I was 100% wrong. What I'm going to share with you and what we're going to talk about is the fact that that testing has never been bigger, more important. I really feel that AI and testing really has become a game changer for us. And I'll talk about what we're doing at EPAM, and I'll talk about a new product that we have called Agentic QA. But I really feel like not only has AI like really helped reinvigorate us as testers, but I feel like this has become an inflection point for us where like our careers have even a bigger trajectory because of the use of AI, and that's and you know I had real fear, but I do not have that today. So I'm going to share with you why. This first slide just kind of talks about this journey that everybody, every client, every project kind of goes through, which is at some point they start with using an LLM and doing some type of prompting, right? This is the very basic, the first entry point that everybody starts with AI is like, let's just use AI to help with writing emails, maybe doing some translation, helping with test cases, etc., right? And this has like some value, but it's somewhat limited, right? Because the LLMs don't know your company, your project, your business, right? They're all trained on what's available in the internet. So there's very limited benefit. It does have value for sure. I use ChatGPT every day, but as far as how we work and what we do for testing, there's some limitations, right? When engineering teams start to use AI, they start with Copilot or some type of code assist tool. Copilot is probably the most popular. Claude is maybe the most accurate, but of course, Cursor, Windsurf, Amazon Q, etc. Engineers all start with Copilot, and definitely for testing, automation engineers can leverage Copilot to help with doing test automation. But the biggest, and Copilot's code assist tools have value. They definitely create efficiencies for engineers and for code writing type tasks. But when we talk about productivity improvements, when we talk about time to market and real ROI from AI, it's the combination of a code assist tool plus agents. This is where we get to real impactful return from the use of AI. So that's what we're going to dig into. Now you ask, okay, well, what is an agent? And an agent basically is where you have the ability to work with multiple data sources. So whether that's Git, Confluence, SharePoint, Jira, ADO, you have multiple tools that you're able to interact with. You're able to run multiple prompts. You're able to have more of a workflow here. Also, you can use these tools as data sources. So we have the ability to use RAG. RAG is retrieval augmented generation. So if I have, this is a test, very simple diagram of a test automation agent. So in a test automation agent, I would be able to have my automation framework from Git as a RAG data source. So that way the LLM knows, how do I do automation? How do I write my code? I would also have Jira or ADO with my test cases. So number one, I could be feeding my test cases in to do the automation, but also because of RAG, I understand how the application works. And then I can plug it into other sources of documentation, meeting minutes, etc., to really get the agent to fully understand the application, the business process, how we do testing, etc., right? And then once the agent's able to write those tests, it's able to then publish them back to Git. I could even kick them off and run them. I could, look at the failures, right? I can do so many things. This is what an agent, right? So like it's being able to run more of the workflow that we would do in real life. And this is where with the combination of a code assist tool, this is where we get the real benefit of AI. Now, in reality, and the other benefit of agents is like being able to run a workflow across agents, right? So being able to create a pipeline. This is, again, something that like the code assist tools don't really do very well, and especially for BAs and QAs, like being able to have multiple agents going against different data sources, being able to pass information, making decisions. Like this is how we enable testers and BA product owners to be really productive. And then that combination of everybody is where we get that ROI. And so when we look at being able to apply AI across the SDLC, what we see is that in testing, it's potentially one of the biggest impacts. And we all know that testing is underfunded, understaffed. We're always squeezed, at the end of the cycle, the end of the sprint. for being able to do testing, we never have enough testing. We always have to do some type of risk-based testing. And so the use of AI allows us to speed up how we write test cases. It allows you to shift left, like to really shift left with test automation. And so, by being able to create efficiencies within testing, we now can have a bigger ROI on the entire team, right? Because we all know if I shift testing left, then quality goes up, there's less production defects, the productivity of the team goes up. So there's a real ROI with investing in AI for testing. And then the other thing here is that, when companies go down this path of, okay, where do I apply agents? So they've got the code assist tools, Copilot, in the engineering space. A lot of times they start with agents in the testing space. It's low risk, right? Like I'm potentially sharing test cases and automation code as part of RAG, so that low risk as far as like if people are scared about data getting to the LLM, etc., which it doesn't, but if that is a fear. But also, like, there's a real ROI here. And so what we at EPAM see is that after people start using Copilot and they see some benefit, but they're not getting the full productivity boost that they were expecting, the first place that they start building agents is in testing. And that's why at EPAM, what we're seeing is that the testing practice is, besides the data practice, the testing practice has been disrupted the most with AI over these last 3 years. And we have really transformed how we work, because the expectation is that on projects where they want to use AI, like that, it's a must to use it in testing. And our testers now, because of being able to build agents, like they have these superpowers, which I'll talk about in a second. Obviously, there's many use cases for AI. Test case writing is obviously pretty straightforward. Now, the caveat to this is that obviously the art of how you build your agents matter, right? Because if I have an agent that's writing test cases and it gives me 100 test cases at a time, well, now it's going to take me so long to have to review all of the steps, right? So there is an art to how do I get the agent to give me like one test at a time, or maybe piecemeal the test so that I can make sure it's going through the right process. So there is a little bit of an art. Then writing test automation, right? One thing that we see is that, there used to be all these tools on the market around, like, where there still are, but like the low code, no code tools. With AI, in many ways, those tools start to die. If I can use AI to write Selenium, Playwright, Cypress code, well, that's what I should do. I can have agents doing test automation, helping with fixing results, etc. And I can have manual testers trained on how to do that. So do I need to go pay for an expensive third-party tool that has some type of complex abstraction layer? Absolutely not. And so definitely using agents to do test automation like this really is a game changer. And then obviously with test data and looking at the results, so these are also good test cases. The use cases for AI. One thing to note is typically I always tell people to start with these two, with test case writing and test automation. And I say that because depending on your company, test case writing may or may not have benefits, but test automation typically is going to benefit everybody. And if you have good test cases, it's going to make the automation effort even better. So that's why, to me, like, these two should go hand in hand. But are they the right ones for you? I talk to clients every day. And one thing that I see is that people can get really excited about the possibilities of AI. And because of that excitement, they start throwing all kinds of scenarios out there. Oh, could we do it here? And could we do it this one? Blah, blah. That's all great. But the first places that you start to use AI should be the things that are going to move the needle for you. Are you understaffed from a product owner BA perspective? And therefore, user stories are vague, inconsistent. They're usually a bottleneck for the team, right? And you're logging a lot of defects because the requirements are vague. So maybe in that case, you should be using an agent for helping write user stories, because that's something that that's slowing the team down. Maybe you don't have automation people on the team. You're not doing automation. Okay, maybe that means that we should prioritize test automation. So you have to do what we call value stream analysis. You have to look at how does your team work? What are all the steps that are happening in order to get stories, code written, testing done, get the code certified out the door, all the steps, what's manual, what's automated, how long does it run, what's impacting productivity, and then from that come up with your use cases and the priority based off of how much they're each going to move the needle for productivity or cycle time. And that's what I would prioritize our use cases on. And yes, like in general, using AI to write stories, to write test cases, to do automation, to help with test data, outside of the code assist tools, like, yes, like these are pretty common use cases, but you still need to go through this effort to make sure you're prioritizing the right ones. At EPAM, we have this view that everybody should be trying to work towards what's called continuous testing. Continuous testing is the fact that all of your tests are automated, or all of the tests that you need to certify your code are automated. They're broken down into manageable suites that are integrated into your CI/CD process and serve as quality gates to determine like when code should move from QA to SIT to perf, etc. So this is our North Star. Obviously, not everybody can get here based on your applications, your architecture, etc. But this drives like how we make decisions in the tools that we use, making sure that we're doing test automation within our sprints, that we're solving issues like for service virtualization and test data, etc. Right? So with AI, the first place when you start to go down this path of building agents within your SDLC, the first thing you're going to do is what we call AI augmented testing, which means you're going to augment the current way of working with agents. So you're going to have the same SDLC, but now we're going to use AI to help us write our test cases. We're going to use AI to help get data, to do test automation. We're going to use it to create efficiencies within how we work. This is the first step that everybody takes in this journey, right? This helps us ensure that we have good documentation, good source materials so that the RAG capabilities are working well, that we can validate that the output of the agents is at least 85% accurate, right? And that we're able to create efficiencies within our teams and therefore get the first level of ROI from AI, okay? Now, there is, hopefully you're familiar with this model context protocol. This is an emerging capability that has come out this year, maybe it was last year, where MCP allows agents to communicate directly to different tools and different platforms. So what this means is that rather than having an API call, that actually we can have a MCP server locally or a server that everybody can access to, and then be able to interact with different tools through the agents. So this combination of the use of MCP plus, as we start to use agents across the SDLC, what we're seeing is that I actually can get to a new SDLC or new PDLC, right? So this is where you're hearing about spec-driven development, for example. If I have agents doing the development, like I'm using Copilot, for example, well, should I be writing user stories the same way, or should I be writing them more like specs that I can pass on to Copilot to be able to be more effective? Do I need to write test cases the same way? How do I rework my PDLC to be better suited for agents working with each other versus humans? And this is what we call AI native teams. So being able to get to a place where everybody on the team is using AI as part of how they work, and then we start to iterate in the PDLC process because it's agents working with agents. So then this raises the question, do I still need a test automation framework, right? If I have MCP and I can talk to, Playwright just came out, Playwright MCP. That allows me to interact directly with browsers. So if I can interact with the browser, can I just have an agent talk to the browser? And so, and then we, like at EPAM, we have made all of our tools, Report Portal, reportportal.io, that's our most popular open source tool that supports MCP. So now you can have an agent or Copilot be able to bring in test results and then take action for that. We've integrated into other tools that we have. And so with this MCP capability and the use of agents, then I don't need to have a test automation framework anymore. I can have agents being able to interact with the browser, interact with my test cases, and be able to figure out what to do without having someone being declarative in my framework of how to interact with objects, etc. And so at EPAM, we built a tool, and I'm going to stop sharing. So let me stop sharing here. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to go to a different screen here. Let me actually share my whole screen here. So if I go to, this is a tool that we built called Agentic QA. So Agentic QA basically is a series of agents that are able to take your instructions and be able to go and execute them across a browser or a device and be able to figure out like how to work around different situations and then be able to give you the ability to interact with it as it's happening. So I have a test. So we have these things called check suites. So I have a very simple check suite. So Panera, this is a restaurant in the US. They serve like breakfast, sandwiches, coffees, etc. So I just have one test in here. It's to add an item to an order. So I want to be able to have it. I want to be able to go in. I want to be able to, pick a menu item and add it to my cart. So basically I have this description. It's just in plain English. Like this is verify the online ordering process can be initiated from the home page. Look for a button or a link. I give it a little, what the text of the button should be. Click the element, confirm that you are prompted to select an order type. I have it enter a location. I give it some hints on how to proceed, right? But like just all plain English. Yes, there's some like little nuances about how to prompt this properly, but basically I'm just kind of walking it through how to create, how to go find a menu item and go execute it. So I actually can rerun this test, and I'll rerun it, and then I'll show you too. But basically, just going to put in my URL. I'm going to hit run, and basically, what's going to happen here is that we have a server farm that we have our SaaS instance, but also this is deployable at client sites. Basically, we stand up the agents, so we get them up and running. We navigate to the URL, and then once all the agents are up and running, then you'll start to see the execution. So we'll give it a second or two as this is running. And I think, so this is our view of what we feel is the future, where basically instead of vibe coding, you have vibe testing, where we can have developers or anybody really from Copilot or any code assist tools running Agentic QA through in the IDE, having it go and hit the mobile device, hit the app, be able to run different scenarios, be able to take that information, make the updates, right, and be able to do this at scale, do this in your pipeline, and really eliminate or reduce the need for automation or traditional test automation. So now it's starting to execute my check. If I had more checks, it would all show up in this list. It's giving my description. And so now what's going to happen here is I will start to see each of the steps getting executed, and I'll get to see the logic that the agents are taking in this process. I'll show one of these, and then I'll go and I'll show you the full one. But basically, this enables everybody to be able to do some level of test automation. You're able to do both exploratory testing. So we do have a version of this where we have a custom LLM that's built off the decade plus of crowd testing data from our Test.io crowd testing company. So you can do exploratory testing. You could do it like this, where you have like more declarative test cases that are being executed. And so, of course, live demo takes a little bit. So let me go into a session that I already ran. And so here you can see each of the steps that gets executed. this was the action. Hey, click the start order button. And so this is the action. So it goes, you have an agent that goes and tries to do it. You have another agent that says, hey, what's going on? And then a reasoning agent that says, okay, here's what I see. Here's what I'm going to go do next. And it takes screenshots before and after. So here, came into the screen, it saw that there was a start and order button, and then it clicked it. Now it comes to this screen, so it needs to figure out, hey, what do I do next? And so that's the next one where it says click on, I told it, use the continue as the guest one. So now it just has to figure out which one's that. So it, again, looks at the screen, figures out that here's my continue as guest, and it's able to click that, and then it's asked for the location. So you can see it's very easy to understand. It runs very quickly, and it will run all of your tests at the same time. And so this is the future. This is the future of testing. This is the future of test automation. So now let me go back. Let me go back to my presentation. Okay. So as part of this journey that everybody will be on to go from prompts to using a code assist tool, then to building out agents. So we built a maturity model for testing to be able to show this journey. So being able to, use ChatGPT or tools like Cursor, being able to help with like generating test cases and test data, and then moving to having more agentic workflows, and having the agents be the ones driving testing, and then the humans are just triaging the failures, doing ad hoc exploratory testing, etc. So this evolution of going from, prompting code assist tools to agents, to going from augmented SDLC to using a more agentic, this AI native teams, we see an evolution in the team roles. So today, if you're lucky, maybe you have at least a manual tester and automation person on the team. Plus, there's obviously different roles that that testers can play. And then we see that as people move into these AI native teams, potentially maybe we just have one tester on the team, right? And so this tester is able to drive the agents that are doing the testing that everybody else is using. But we also see that like that quality engineer really can be more T-shaped, that they can really do other things, that they, like an automation engineer who is good with AI, like they potentially could do some level of development. They could do other roles within the team now because the agents are giving them superpowers. Now, because testing is being disrupted the fastest and the quickest, what's happening is that we're at EPAM, we've put all of our testers through prompt engineering training, and we're asking them to be able to understand how to build agents. And so that's creating other opportunities where, hey, I need a prompt engineer or a team of prompt engineers to help build and create agents across all of these teams. I need to have like a more AI first approach to how we do testing. I need to, again, like focus on test data, the non-functional aspect of testing, right? So there's opportunities for some of these other roles. So maybe the number of testers on the team starts to go down, but there's other roles that need this skill set. And that's what we're seeing play out in the market. Now, what I'm saying to you, building out agents to be able to write test cases, do automation, some of this is pretty straightforward. We have a product called Alita. This is how we're helping build agents across the SDLC. And building agents, like I can build agents within a couple months. We can do pilots of agentic QA within a couple weeks. But the biggest hurdle is the human aspect, is getting people to use these tools, right? There's a lot of resistance because people are scared. Number one, about AI taking their jobs. People most people are overworked. They don't have a lot of capacity to do other things, and they have deadlines. So coming in and learning AI and changing the way that they work, definitely, people are pushing back on that, right? Plus, it's very hard to measure your baseline and the benefit of AI, right? So there's definitely a lot of hurdles to making this work. So at EPAM, we have this thing called AI Run. AI Run is our full suite of services and products to help enable clients to be able to use AI in their SDLC. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just make sure I share. Let me stop for a second and just share my just stop. I'm just gonna change my sharing. Just sorry. Just want to get everybody. Okay. That way you don't get my pop-ups. So we built this process around driving AI adoption. It's part of our AI Run .transform methodology that we have at EPAM, and we're doing this for many clients. And so here you can see that everybody has to get educated. So education is a big piece. Even if you're using a code assist tool, everybody needs to be educated. Everybody needs to understand how to do good prompting. And then if you're going to build agents, people are going to need education on how to use those agents. You need a tool for how to measure your performance. How are you performing as an individual? How are you performing as a team? You might start with doing surveys to just see like, well, how long did it take you to do things before? How long is it taking you to do things afterwards? But then you need to move into tools to be able to see, okay, are we improving the DORA metrics, the lead time, cycle time, productivity of the team, right? Because that's what your leadership is going to care about. You need to obviously pick the tools that you're going to use for building your agents. You can use the open source ones, LangChain, LangFuse, LangGraph. You could use Bedrock, Foundry. Those are really great tools. I think they have some limitations around enterprise scaling. That's where potentially the EPAM AI Run platform can potentially have value for you. And then you need to understand that as you build agents and you start to get teams to use those agents, it's going to expose all of the issues that you have in your current ways of working. So like we have a large client that started implementing a test case agent and a BA user story agent. And what we found very quickly is, oh, by the way, not everybody uses Jira the right way. Some people don't use Jira. Some people use Confluence. Some people have stories. Some people have just do tasks. Some people only have a shell of a story because they wait till after PI planning to fill it in, right? So you have to be prepared that you're going to get all of the issues that you have and how your teams are working are going to come to the surface, and you need to have the right mechanism in place to get leadership agreement in how to make changes to them. And so all of these things have to be accounted for as you drive the creation and usage of agents in how you work. Now, part of this process starts with like two very foundational metrics. So at the bottom, once you have agents built and you have your teams identified for using them, you're going to have to track every day who's logging into the tools and who's running the agents. Okay, so that's our engagement. Then it's a matter of, okay, like how much of our output, how many test cases do we write every day, or new code that we're committing, or stories, etc. How much of that is coming from AI versus non-AI? Because if we don't get people to use it every day and we don't get the majority of our output to be generated from AI, then we can't see a benefit at an individual level. And if I don't have benefits at an individual level, I don't have them as a team, right? And so if my leadership wants to see improvement in productivity, I need to be able to check each of these boxes in order to get to team performance improvement. And this is really key. And at EPAM, we do a lot of coaching and support for teams as they go through this process, because engagement, adoption, this could take 3 months for people to really use it on a daily basis in order to then see the individual benefits and then the team benefits. So, we always tell people it's 80% of your AI adoption transformation is going to be on the people side of it versus the technology side. Like everything else that we do, usually it's important to start small, start with a handful of teams, get them using the agents, understand how hard, like, is it 3 months for your company to adopt them, to use them? Maybe it's longer, maybe it's shorter. What other organizational boulders do you run into that you need to be resolved? And so based off of the learnings from this first phase, you can start building out the next phases. I have been at companies. I used to be a company called Capital One, a bank in the US. They were very much like what we call follow the shiny object. So they had a culture of embracing change very quickly. Versus like I was also at an insurance company. They did everything based on projects. You need to have a project code to log your time. And so change happened very slowly. So you need to understand your company culture and as part of how you build out this plan and the support that you're going to need as you do this. Now, you might say, oh my goodness, like, is testing going to die? Is like, what's changing? And, funny enough, I think that, AI is creating a rebirth of manual testing. Because like I said, with the use of like a tool like Agentic QA, where you have the suite of agents who are able to do the testing, now my domain knowledge becomes super critical because that's the piece that's still not yet perfect within an LLM. But AI itself needs a lot of testing. And so what we're seeing is that while we might have less automation people on a team, the business is implementing AI within how they work, all of that requires significant level of testing. If you're going to build in a chatbot within a product, I need to have people from different locations, different dialects, different diversity, all testing that chatbot to make sure it's giving me the appropriate responses, that it has the right subject matter expertise, right? We have a crowd testing company within us called Test.io, and within Test.io, like we're already doing, like as companies are implementing like AI into their car systems. We work with major car companies to test the AI-powered infotainment system. Like all of that requires people. Now, yes, there are tools like Ragas and others to help be able to validate like custom models and the data that's coming in, but still, all of this is creating a new capability within testing. And so while some of our teams are going to get smaller, like this is going to create the need for bigger teams because this is a whole new area for us. So what do I tell everybody how to get started? First off, everybody needs to be educated. I run a very large organization. I myself have gone through the training sessions. You see, like I myself like got set up with Agentic QA, and I am running tests myself. I am building agents. I am running agents every day. This is not, if you're a manager or a leader, like you can't sit on the sidelines and delegate this to your team. You have to roll up your sleeves, get your hands dirty, because you have to see how this works, how it works, what it takes to work, some of the limitations. Like that's all stuff that you need to understand, because this is an inflection point within engineering. And so if you're going to continue to be relevant in your career over the next 5 to 10 years, you better understand how AI works, how vibe coding works, how AI native teams, how do you get to an AI native team? What's that journey? What's the limitations? All of those things, you got to understand this. And so you got to get educated. You got to start to use this in how you work. Everybody should be using an LLM every day, even if it's simple things like writing emails or helping just improve posts on LinkedIn. Like you need to understand how to prompt. You need to understand RAG and the different agentic platforms. And then if you're going to go into the testing of AI, then there's a whole nother set of education around like how machine learning works and some of the basics around Ragas and models, because that's all skills that you're going to need as far as like how to test AI. But this getting educated, I mean, I can't urge this enough. I have a brother, he's in supply chain. Like he said, hey, my company's paying for me to take some college classes. You have any suggestions? Yes, go take a prompt engineering class. And he's using that now to help in his job. But really, this is it. You can choose to ignore this. You could choose to say, hey, I don't believe Adam, or I don't believe any of the great speakers that are going to be talking for today and tomorrow. I think it's not ready yet, blah, blah, blah. Great. You might be able to stay productive on your project, but at some point that's not going to be the case. I have a good friend in testing. He's a manual tester. And yes, like, is he able to find a job? Sure. But, typically, he's looking for a new job every couple of years, and the amount of prospects that he has gets smaller and smaller. And that's the same thing here. If you do not have these skills, if you're not able to use AI in how you work, if you don't evolve into being able to use agents for automation or other aspects, or if you're not able to test AI, like, are you able to get a job? Sure. But over the next 5 years or so, the number of jobs will continue to lessen and lessen if you do not become an expert with AI. And that's the opportunity that all of you have. I think, again, like, for those of you that are here as part of the testing community, I think we have been given a great gift where companies are looking for AI to start within our space. And so this is allowing you to learn prompting, to build agents. And then, just like in DevOps, like 10 years ago, testing organizations were some of the first DevOps organizations, because we had to get our automation suites in the pipeline, being able to stand up cloud infrastructure, right, and handle reporting. And so you got a lot of testing organizations master DevOps and then evolve into quality and DevOps organizations. And the same opportunity is here, is that, like, automation engineers or SDETs, you have the opportunity to be able to build agents, to be able to be part of teams, to be able to do much more than just testing, right? Like, you really can be T-shaped engineer on the team because of the capability of using agents. So it's really, to me, a fantastic time to be in testing. We have a lot of great opportunities. You just have to get over the fear and the fear, and maybe even get yourself a little motivated here, because I do feel that we have a great opportunity in front of us, and we're seeing it at EPAM for sure. So with that, now I think I only have time for a handful of questions, and I think we're going to try to get to all the questions as part of maybe a fast follower to the conference. So I think.
Hi, Adam. I'm Aya. Your presentation was fantastic. I am sure that your presentation is very useful for our entire audience. We have a few questions from the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Adam, the first question: what are the main challenges and risks when transitioning from traditional testing to AI-enhanced approaches, and how can they be overcome?
So I think so obviously we need people. It's a couple things. Number one, pick the tool that with, like, the lowest bar of entry. So if your company has already started to use Copilot, then get access to Copilot for your testers so that you can at least start to work there. If they haven't given that access, but they have access to an LLM, okay, great. Let's start using an LLM to be able to help with some of our tasks. So I don't know that it's a risk as much as, like, just being able to get early access to be able to have the ability to do this. I don't think that there's a risk from the transition itself. I think it's just you have hurdles. You have the hurdle of people being scared, people not having the time. Maybe the client that you're working for is scared themselves and they're not giving you the right access. So there's definitely hurdles that you have to overcome as part of this journey, but you need to push. You also need to show them in their terms what the benefit potentially could be. Here's how we're working today. Here are those numbers. Here's the use cases for AI. Here's the potential value that we see. And not value in test cases or defects, but value in the time to get the code out the door, the time that, number of story points we can deliver. All right, next question.
Wow, that's cool. Next question: how do the requirements for skills and roles of quality specialists change with the introduction of generative AI into testing processes?
So as far as skills go, I think that, again, it comes down to understanding prompting, be able to use the different code assist tools. That's really important. Everybody should know how to use Copilot, Cursor, Claude. That's really the starting point, and then start to learn how to build agents using the open source tools, using the cloud provider tools. One question, I think from automation engineers, there's definitely line of sight to them being more agent developers. SDET's similar thing. I think the SDET, we had this big push for software developers in test. Now the question is, well, should they still be in testing? If I have a software developer in test and I have the ability to have agents and Copilot or Claude, maybe these people become engineers now and don't stay in the testing discipline going forward. So there's definitely going to be some changes into how maybe even those SDETs could even move into the AI, how we test AI infused applications. Right now, I would tell you that between Copilot and using and Claude, those are the two. There's a question in the chat. So what we're seeing right now is Claude gives some of the best responses for what we're trying to do within testing and development, but that's today, and the models change pretty regularly. Okay, and the last question.
Interesting. And the last question, which metrics or indicators most effectively reflect the success of implementing AI solutions in software quality assurance?
So it's really important that you have a set of metrics to be able to articulate the cost of poor quality. So do you have production issues? Look at your backlog. How much of your backlog is spent on new features versus defects? So can you get some level of productivity understanding because of how your quality is today? Or maybe how many sprints does it take you to get something to production, your cycle time? There are like the DevOps research and assessment, the DORA metrics are like the gold standard for KPIs for a team. So you really have to look at how does your team operate and define those metrics for yourself in order to then figure out, okay, what's going to be best for us. Most of the time, if we're not doing test automation for whatever reason, if we can use AI to help speed up test automation, that should hopefully reduce production defects, which would then hopefully improve the amount of your velocity that can be spent on new features. So that's a great indication of productivity, and that's a great metric that we use to be able to show, hey, if rework goes down because quality is improved, that means more business value out the door. And so that's the opportunity for the company as far as like their ROI. And there was a question in the chat about AI handling and testing the dynamically changing UI elements. Well, that's the thing. If an AI agent is looking at the screen for the first time and figuring it out on the fly, you don't have to worry about changing elements. So like the whole testing pyramid gets rewritten, if you will, because I don't have to, create code for my elements and then have to handle it. Like I'm doing it at runtime, very similar to a human. And so that's why like an agentic test automation process has so much more power than like our traditional automation. Okay, with that question, I'm out of time. I really appreciate everybody attending, and hopefully you learned something. We have a great agenda for the rest of today and tomorrow, so hopefully you'll hear some of my colleagues and some of their great talks. So thank you very much, and feel free to connect with me with the different platforms.
Excellent, Adam. Thank you. Folks, if your questions aren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Thank you, Adam, for your responses, your inspiring presentation, and your valuable contribution to the development of the IT industry. Your experience, leadership, and passion for innovation motivate professionals around the world to move forward, embrace new technologies, and strive for excellence. Thank you for sharing your vision of the future and real examples of transformation. It is truly inspiring and opens new horizons for all conference participants. Guys, stay with us. We're about to play a game. Azat, move on.
Okay. Thank you, Aya. Let me share my screen. Okay, guys. Hello, everyone. It's time to take a break and have some fun. So please join our quiz game using the pin code that you see on the screen. Also, I will share the link in the chat. 1 second. Yeah, you will need to copy the link and join the game. We will wait a couple of minutes so you have chance to join. Okay, I see the first players. Please enter your actual email because we have some prizes for winners. So in case you win, we will need to contact you and award you. So please use your email. Okay. 16 people. Okay. Let's wait a minute. I'm curious how many players we will have for the first game today. Oh my god, the number is increasing. Okay. I see a lot of you want to win the prize. The game will be very competitive, so be prepared. Okay. It's almost 120. Okay, I think other players will join us a little bit later. They will have a chance using this link and the pin code. Right now, I will just explain our game rules. Okay, let's start. Okay, it's our first game for global conference. We will have 5 of them, and let's check our rules. So it's gonna be a quiz on key concepts in AI. You will be given 10 definitions, and for each of these definitions, you will have to select one correct answer, one correct term. And to do it, you will have 45 seconds, and the faster you select your the correct answer, the more points you will get. And the one who scores the most points in the end is a winner. And for this winner, we have a valuable prize that we will award to you after the game. Okay, so let's start from our question number 1. The simulation of human intelligence in machines that can perform tasks like learning, reasoning, and decision-making. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, or generative AI. A lot of answers are coming. "20 seconds left. For those of you who already know the basics, it might be easy, but some of them are not. Okay. Yes, that's artificial intelligence. Okay. Here on the first place. Okay, next question. A subset of AI where systems learn from data to improve performance without being explicitly programmed. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, NLP, or generative AI. Okay, 30 seconds left. Yes, that's right. That's machine learning. And most of you were right. Here on the first place still. Okay, the next question. A type of machine learning using neural networks with many layers to model complex pattern in data. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, deep learning, or reinforcement learning. Okay, 20 seconds left. And yes, most of you were right. That's deep learning. Okay, here on the first place still. Next question. The ability of machines to understand, interpret, or generate human language. Neural network, NLP, neural network, okay, and reinforcement learning. Okay. Probably that's not a neural network. Mm-hmm. 3, 2, 1. Okay, of course, that's a natural language processing. That's right. And still here on the first place. Next question. A machine learning approach where models are trained on labeled data to make predictions. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, or deep learning. Trained on labeled data to make predictions. Okay, 5 seconds left. Yeah, okay, that was supervised learning. Next question. Okay, no updates on here. Learning technique where an agent learns by interacting with an environment and receiving rewards or penalties. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement, or deep learning. Okay, 5 seconds left. Last chance to answer. Yes, that was reinforcement learning, of course. Oh, we have a new potential winner. Okay, next question. A computational model inspired by the human brain consisting of interconnected nodes that process data. Natural language processing, AI, generative AI, or neural network. Yeah, some of the terms are self-describing, right? "15 seconds left. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Yes, of course, that was neural network. Okay, let's move on. AI models that can create new content, such as text, images, or code based on learned patterns. NLP, AI, generative AI, or neural network. Okay, I believe most of you are familiar with this term and use this model at least once in life. And most of you already answered. "15 seconds left. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Of course, that was GenAI, generative AI. Okay, let's move on. The process of breaking text into smaller units, such as words or subwords, for processing by AI models. Model training, tokenization, prompt engineering, or transfer learning. Yeah, by the way, tomorrow we will learn some prompt engineering, so stay tuned. Okay, 5 seconds left. Okay, that was tokenization, of course. No updates here. And the last question, guys. The practice of crafting effective inputs to guide the behavior and output of generative AI models. Model training, tokenization, prompt engineering, or transfer learning. I'm sure most of you will be correct and will select the correct answer. 15 seconds left. Okay, yeah, that was prompt engineering actually. Okay, let's see who is our winner for the first game. Third place is Daria. On the second is Tamas. And on the first place is Natalia. Yeah, Natalia is today's winner. Okay, guys, I hope you had some fun, took a break, and that's it from me. We'll see you in an hour. And now, Alim, go ahead.
Thank you for being with us. I'm sure you had fun with Azat. Don't miss our special challenge on social media. Hit up our channels for all the details and jump in on the fun. And now, please welcome our next inspiring speaker, a software quality expert with extensive practical experience and deep knowledge of all stages of development. He masterfully implements test automation on .NET, Java, and Python, builds effective quality strategies, and inspires teams to achieve outstanding results. Thanks to his leadership and approach to continuous testing, clients receive reliable and high-quality products. Meet Srinivas Raudagi. Srini, go ahead.
I think I'm double muted. Thank you. That was awesome introduction. Let me start sharing my screen. Perfect. Welcome everyone. That was an awesome introduction. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, everyone, from wherever you are joining from. I'm Srinivas Radugi with an extensive experience in the quality architecture, test automation, and AI-assisted quality engineering. I helped many of the organizations reimagine their product quality through the best of the engineering practices and processes. You can see my LinkedIn ID here. You can connect with me offline, and you can see my experience in the AI field. Let's dive into the today's topic. Even before we dive into the today's topic, let me start with a small experience a small event that happened couple of weeks back. A developer from my team asked me something like this: "This AI just generated another test case. Should I deploy it? And if something it's going to break something. Whose fault is that?" Boom. The tester had no answer, the product owner had no answer, neither did I. Because why do not have answer? Because here is what happened. We spent decades of time building the structures around the handouts, a clear boundaries, a clear accountability. The product owner writes the requirements, hands it off to dev, and dev hands it off to QA hands it off. From there, it goes to release. But now, AI erases these boundaries. Now, a developer can write the test cases, a tester can write the code, a PO can draft the specs. When everyone can do everything, who wants what? That's not the tool problem. It's the collaboration problem, right? Today we are going to rightly touch upon this topic. I'm going to talk about how best what are the best practices we can using which we can solve it, or some of the organizations already solving it. I would like to share my experiences, how we have evolved, and that's the topic for today. First of all, let's talk about why the traditional SDLC is struggling in the area of in the era of artificial intelligence. Traditional SDLC worked very excellent, whether it's a traditional, whether it's a waterfall or agile, whatever. It worked excellent for all of us because it was more structured. It is more structured. The product manager writes the requirements, hands them to the dev builds the code, hands off to QA, and QA tests, reports the bugs, hands off to the next phase. And these handoffs are very clear. These handoffs are very clear, slow but clear. But here is what with the introduction of AI, here is what that changes. AI comes and overlaps all these boundaries. A developer can now write the tests in AI using AI. A tester can write the code with AI. A product owner can draft the specs with AI. Our boundaries are blurry right now. Blurry right now. The second piece is everyone has their own superpowers right now across the disciplines. But the domain expertise still matters. The domain expertise still matters. You are being into the testing domain for so much of time. You are being into the healthcare domain for so much of time. That domain expertise still matters a lot. A developer generating the test cases without the QA context will definitely miss out some critical scenarios or edge cases or user experience, something like that. A tester can write the code without architecture knowledge, but he would be producing a serious technical debt, right? So that is the second problem. The next one is speed demands more of the collaboration, not the handouts. Not the handouts. When the feature ships in the days, you cannot afford the sequential handouts the way that is going. That speed is introduced with AI. When the feature is so fast, so speed it is going up, we cannot afford these handouts. Dev finishes QA tests finds the issues back to the this cycle basically kills the velocity. So the summary is, if the handoffs are creating the friction and AI is blurring the boundaries, what's the solution? So the solution is redesigning the roles and the workflows of SDLC around the collaboration piece. That's what we are exploring today. Yes, AI does not replace your roles, it redefines the roles. AI does not replace the roles, it empowers other roles also coming into your specialized area, your role into others' specialized area. It is basically redefining the roles. So the problem statement, the summary is blurring of the traditional roles, challenges in the accountability, collaborate. How do we collaborate in the era of AI? So let's talk about how the current roles that are changing. I'm not talking about the all the roles that are involved in the product development. I understand there are roles involved beyond this, but these are the three amigos, the core crux of the of any Scrum team, right? Let me go with the three amigos. How they are shaping up their own roles. Um, Say a developer is changing their role into an AI pair programmer. A tester is becoming a quality curator. A product owner is becoming an insight integrator. Let's talk about them one by one. How it is getting changed. The first one, the AI, the developers are becoming the AI paid programmers. For decades we actually measure the developers by the number of lines of code they write, how fast they would code, how fast they would build a module and deliver it to QA. But with the introduction of AI, this process changes. The co-pilots are there. Co-pilots writes the boilerplate code, writes so much of code, whatever the common things that are there. So it writes pretty much faster than any human developer, right? So now what is the new value of the developer? New value for the developer territory. It's about the design, the architect, the intent. The developer, he's not going to write another login form, but AI does it for him. The developer validates, but what developer would be doing is he would be validating the whatever it is generated by AI, whether it is fitting in my architectural pattern or not, whether the intent of this one is right or not. He would ensure the security, he would ensure and owns the design. This is a huge for the developer happiness, I understand, because developers want to solve the hard problems, not doing the repetitive coding. But here is the shift. With the introduction of this, now developers need to collaborate very early in the game with their QA lead, QA members, basically. Why? Because they needed to explain the QA members, saying that this is what it is generated by AI. This is what I have been tested, or this is what it is generated by AI. This is what I have verified. This is what you supposed to verify, or something like you better focus on this much of area, something like that. And this change is not a technical change, this is a cultural change, and it's critical. The main role that is evolving out of in the development space is the prompt architects, all the people who excel at writing the prompts or using the AI tools, or the prompt architects. So a mid-level developer can easily, write a better prompt or best prompts, use the AI and generate whatever they want, just by asking right amount of questions to AI. So that is how the AI is AI. That is how the developer is becoming a pair programmer for AI. The next one, the the most critical role, my interest role, the testers. The testers are becoming as AI quality curators. Testers are these people. The testers have historically have the hardest part of the role. Hardest part of the role. They run tests for that nobody wants to run. They find the defects just an hour, 2 hour before the release, causing the de- causing the release to delay. You know, we run the regression test, which takes hours and hours to execute. These people have the hardest of the jobs. The test, it is not only regression, there are multiple aspects of the testing, right? So now with the introduction of AI, these roles are changing. Say an AI generator can run your regression test cases much more faster and much more thoroughly than you. It generates the test scenarios from the requirements. It can it can detect the anomalies. So now again the same question: what is the superpower for the testers right now? What is the superpower for the testers? It's about the strategic thinking. The strategic thinking, something like this, something like where this feature would break, what edge cases do AI tools might miss. Think about the system, think systematically where AI can fail in such kind of a scenario. That kind of a strategic thinking, something like what does my customer actually care about? The best of the QA teams are now the quality curators. They design the test strategies. They decide. AI handles the regression on the core of the business logic, but let me do my exploratory testing whether it is working as per the expectations set by my customers. They shift themselves from the executors to the strategists. The emerging role here is the QA validator. QA validators are the testers who specialize in validating the AI generated responses, AI generated test cases. The Copilot is giving you the automated test cases, but you needed to verify whether these test cases are right or not, whether these tests are doing what it actually claims to be doing. So that is the strategy thinking. That is the test strategy effective that you are going to take it. What did what if AI misses something? Where it can go wrong? That's the strategic thinking. This is not a smaller job, but it's a different job. That's about the testers transformation. The next part of the story is the product owners. The product owners are becoming an insight integrators. The traditional product owners who wrote the requirements, I understand, they spent weeks together in the discovery and write the detailed specs. They hand it over to dev and QA and they moved on. But with AI, it changes. An AI tool can something like specification writers. They can write the draft the initial requirements. It can analyze the sentiments from the customer tickets that are lying in your ticketing management system. It can predict the the features that are very risky to test. It can very well inform you. These are the features that you should be more focusing on because it is linked to your sentiment analysis. Now the question comes back: what is the uh, what is the new value for the product owner? What do they do now? They are actually becoming the integrator of insights. When I say insights, they are real insights, right? They work continuously with developers, QAs. They bring the market insights to the team very early in the game. They validate AI generated insights. Does this trend actually represent what customer wants? They understand the constraints. They understand the constraints, why it is so risky to test, why this is so complex to implement, why it is so technically so complex to implement. They are part of make trade-off decisions with the team because they are understanding these things now. They make trade-off decisions along with the team. They are no longer the they are no longer the order placers anymore, but they are the strategic partners in a shared mission. The emerging role out of this space coming up is the product AI analyst. Product AI analysts are the folks who specialize in intercepting the AI insights and translating them into a real business decisions. That's the transformation of the roles. Let's talk about the handoffs. How do we change from handoffs to co-creation? Here is the key insight. This transition that we are talking about isn't only for the individual roles, it's for the team collaboration, right? It's about the team collaboration that the transformation is all about. In the traditional model, you have handoffs, sequential, clear boundaries. But in AI era model, what we have is the collaboration touch points. The collaboration touch points. Everywhere we have the collaboration touch points. Let me talk about it. In the planning phase, team discusses together. In the planning phase, product owner, dev, QA discusses together. An AI tool would flag the risks, saying this is the so and so feature is risky to test, so and so feature is easy to go, something like that. The whole team talks about it even before developers pick up for they start coding. Everybody's perspective is heard. That is how the collaboration point is coming into the picture. The next, when we start the developing phase, dev is building the code with the new tools, with the new AI, and QA is iterating alongside. Maybe they might be doing some exploratory testing on the early builds. They are working together, not waiting for the handoff to happen. They know they all of them know what is getting built. Very close collaboration points. In the testing cycle, QA validates using the AI. QA runs AI generated tests, and they do the manual exploration. Dev and QA validates these findings together. The trade-offs are made together. And when it comes to the release, it's no longer something like QA signed off and I'm releasing it. The whole team makes the go or no go call, no longer like QA signed off. So it ships. We will be validating the quality from multiple angles, and then together we would be signing off to go to this one. You see, the AI this way, the AI basically amplifies the collaboration. It's not about the individual roles, it's about the team's collaboration. It's about the team's collaboration. The real work isn't technical, it's more about the collaborative. So redesigning the teams, the summary, go for co-creation over the handoffs, early detect the risks early in the game, discuss about the risk using the collaboration touch points, integrate the workflows for the decisions. That's the redesigning of the collaboration. Okay, now the challenges. What are the challenges that would come in? Let me be little honest here. This all sounds great. This sounds great, but here is what actually happens. The friction comes into the picture. Where does it appear from? Let me talk through the friction points, the below, and how do we solve them. The first friction is trust. What is the trust factor? AI looks polished, and it looks very brilliant. Whether it's a brilliant one or a broken one, it looks very polished. How much we can trust? Can we believe AI output? Can we take this suggestion from AI or not? That's the first friction point. So how do we solve it? The solution is simple. The solution is simple here. Introduce multiple checkpoints, thresholds, audit trials, etc., etc. Establish the validation layers. Define your confidence levels. Say for this type of AI output, a human intervention is compulsory required. For this kind of AI output, maybe I can trust. For this kind of AI output, I might need a second opinion, and create some kind of an audit trial, something like, why we did not accept certain decision, that is certain suggestion that is given by AI. The next piece, the major piece is the ownership friction. When AI generates the code and tests, whose accountability if it breaks? That's the question that we started from, right? So I would say the domain experts would still stay accountable whether the code is generated by AI or a human or a tester, whoever it is. The domain experts would still stay accountable. A developer can use AI to generate the code, but developer is still accountable for its code quality. A tester can use AI to generate the test, but tester is still accountable for the test strategy overall. AI. So what I'm trying to say here is AI is a responsible party, it would generate, but humans are the accountable party. Okay. The third piece is the governance, right? The friction. So this much of collaboration is happening. This much of collaboration is happening. So we need governance. Whether the governance go chaos or would governance speed us? Sorry. Will it become a hurdle or will it speed us? More collaboration is what I'm talking about. The more collaboration could mean more meetings, more decisions, and more bottlenecks. So what I would say, the solution is simple. The solution is simple. They decide on the rights framework, go with lightweight rituals, something like, or have your quick sync ups rather than the long meetings. Establish very upfront the decision rights, something like who decides what at what phase, at each phase, at what point of time, something like that. Have an escalation paths very clearly defined. Where should I go if it's stuck somewhere? Governance is I would say governance isn't about the control, it's about the clarity. So everyone knows who decides what, then collaboration creates speed, not chaos. So, how do we go? So, the summary of overcoming the adoption friction: build the trust in AI and maintain the ownership with the expert, and ensure is some part of effective governance. Governance is about the clarity, not about the control. So this is what I was talking about. What is the decision rights framework that I was talking a couple of minutes back. So it is something like, um, okay, let me show you on the screen. This is on the screen, right? The sample decision rights framework. Who decides when the requirements are finalized? The product manager, along with the inputs from dev and QA. Not he cannot go ahead and say for finalize all alone, but it should be consulted, because the AI is disrupting the roles now. Who decides when architecture is approved or not? The dev lead. The dev lead should decide whether the architect is approved or not. But of course, from the consultation from the QA, meet the bar quality, whether it's of the good quality or not. Obviously, QA. And who decides when we ready to ship? It's cross functional. All of us together would decide that. This is changing. So the ultimately what I would like to convey from this slide is the decision rights framework, the lightweight rituals, the escalation paths would lead to the faster collaboration rather than the chaos, and clarity drives the speed. This is the governance that scales the collaboration without any bottlenecks. So this is all good. So where do I start? Where do I start my adoption? Where do I start being the three amigos, right? Where do we start? So we looked at the challenges. Now let's let's talk about the path forward. The transition isn't, this is the transition, right? The transition doesn't, believe me, the transition doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the stages. The first stage is your assist stage. That is what Adam was talking about. Start using the tools, then augment phase, then co-create phase. Each stage builds on the last stage, and you cannot skip forward, but you don't need to wait to be, you know, get perfection at one phase. Let me go through each of the stages. Okay, in the first phase, the assist phase, the goal of the assist phase is just to start with your adoption. In this phase, what we would be doing, the goal is learn what AI can do, build the confidence in AI, and teams start using the AI tools individually. Developers uses Copilot, testers uses some Copilot, GitHub Copilot for AI tests, or some other Copilot, or the test generators using AI. The product owners use some sentiment analysis tools. The key here is all output is reviewed by humans before the use. Because they still did not get confidence on AI. They still did not get how, the team still did not get how to use AI in the right way also. So the all output is reviewed by humans till the point they get confidence in what we are doing. You are not restruct here in this phase. You are not restructuring the roles, okay? But you are just adding AI to the existing processes. That's it. That's your start phase. That's your assist phase. What you can measure here, maybe something like the percentage of AI tools usage on the weekly basis, on a daily basis, maybe time saved on my repetitive tasks, time saved on, team sentiment is positive about AI, that you can measure. And the next question is, when do we move, when how do I see that, I move from assist phase to augment phase? That I would say that would evolve very naturally. People would start asking something like, why are we still handing off our work when AI can do, and we can do it together? That's the starting point for your phase 2, stage 2. Stage 2 is all about Stage 2 is all about the augment model. Here we need to start once you get confidence in AI, right? And enter the augment model. You need to start rebuilding your workflows, redefine the roles, transform the culture, etc., etc. Now in this phase, you are not just adding AI to the workflows, but you are building workflows around what AI can do. Developers shift focus from boilerplate to the architectures. Testers shift from execution to the strategy. Product owners shift from spec writing to insight integrators, etc., etc., etc. The new collaboration and the new rituals would arise. A quick catch-ups would arise, right? The planning meetings in the PI planning would include the risks that are highlighted by AI, something like AI risk insights. The code reviews would happen, but would happen with both dev and QA together. These are the new rituals that might arise. Maybe the quality gates require cross-functional validations, etc., etc. I'm just giving an example, but that depends on from team to team how they emerge, they evolve. The new roles here would emerge, like the prompt architect, who that we were discussing some time back, and QA validator, product AI analyst, etc. And here, how do we measure whether we are successful here or not? How do we measure? The number of handoffs are going down. People are, thinking why and how I should do it, and that's the mind shift that we needed to go to co-create. And when do I go to co-create? It again happens very naturally. People start trusting in the AI, start taking up their own, the new roles, and the seamless collaboration is there. Okay, that is your co-create phase. But in the co-create phase, teams start viewing AI as a collaborator rather than just a tool. They partner with AI to boost their productivity. They're asking questions like, what's the best outcome with AI and humans working together, something like that. Governance is embedded into the workflows. Cross functional collaboration is taken default. Sprint planning includes dev, QA, PO from the start, not as an add-on. Continuous learning is baked in, etc., etc. So, and how much time should we spend in the co-create phase? To be honest, this is an ongoing phase. And how do we measure it? The time to market should increase. Time to market would decrease, sorry for this word. And competitive advantage isn't in having the best AI tools in the plate. Everyone has those own, has access to the same tools. The advantage is having the cultural change and workflow that lets the humans and AI collaborate seamlessly. So, long story short, this is the three phases of the transformation stages of adoption that I was talking about. Assist, the phase assist, where the learning, you spend most of the time learning the new tools, trying to apply it to your team, what is happening, etc., etc. Augment is the phase that team starts thinking about, what are the workflows that I can build around AI, and how I can expand my own origins, all that stuff. And co-create is the partnership with AI, the real mastery. So here is the clear path forward. What should I do? Start with the assist phase, build confidence, prove the value, move on to the augment phase, rebuild the workflows, redefine the roles, transform the culture. This is the real change. This is the real change, right? This is the real change. Each stage builds on the last one. So do not skip the first phase and directly get into the augment phase. You would bind to fail. But at the same time, you cannot yourself be in the assist phase for a longer period of time. That would be the productivity loss. And then and then the team gets into the co-create phase. Then lead the change in your organization. Lead the change in your organization. The teams who is winning with AI are the ones who are following these phases successfully. So here is what I want you to live with. If you are a QA engineer, pick one feature a week, or this week, or one feature a week. Try an AI test generator or something like that. Try using AI to AI to inject into your work, like generate some test cases, generate some automation codes, something like that. But validate the output. Start validating the output carefully. Share your learnings with your team. Start building the future. Start building your future. Okay, and start small, one experiment at a time. Show your team that it's not a threat, it's an upgrade that you are doing, so that you can motivate all your team members. Here is what I believe: the future of the quality is not in the not in more and more automation, but it's more in more in the smarter collaboration. Okay, the teams that figure out how to collaborate with AI are the true partners. Those teams would ship faster and with high quality. Okay, finally, start small, start together, lead the AI evolution. Thank you. I would take the questions now.
Your presentation was absolutely fantastic. Thank you. We have a few questions from the platform. Let's discuss them. So, the first question: will AI replace my role?
That's a very fantastic question. That very fantastic question. The As we discussed, AI is actually not going to replace any roles, but definitely it is going to transform your roles. AI is basically, the role boundaries. That is what we were discussing. The role boundaries were getting blurred. The sometime back, maybe a couple of years, till couple of years back, the automation testers, we were very proud saying that we can code in three different languages. No longer it's a niche skill, right? Even a developer can write the test cases, can write the automation code. Even so even if a functional test engineer can write the automation code right now. So that is what I'm saying. The boundaries of the roles are blurry, and everyone is expanding their horizons. So it is not good. Definitely it is not going to replace your role, but it is going to redefine your role, and you would be doing a higher value creative and strategic work rather than the routine regular work. Okay, let me take the next question.
Very interesting. Next question. Everything sounds great in principle, but governance might become a bottleneck. Any best practices you would like to share?
You somebody got this question very right. So more, this is what I was trying to explain. The governance, the moment the governance comes into the picture, right? Governance is not about control. It's about collaboration, clarity, right? The more clarity you have, the more collaboration you have, you would move much more faster. Yes, I understand the concern. Something like governance introduces, disciplines, and more meetings, more and more catch-ups, etc., etc. But however, the some of the best practices, let me tell you, some of the best practices start with a lightweight governance process frameworks rather than a big huge ones. Whatever works for your team. Okay, whatever works for your team. Do not go for something like, okay, all of our team members should meet up daily in the morning, for 30 minutes. No, it is not needed. So define what are the collaboration touch points that you want. Something like that. Start with a very lightweight process for everything. You don't need a meeting. You just need a 5 minutes coffee break catch up. Could be. Okay, go with that lightweight approach and involve the cross-functional teams. The spirit of agile, right? Involve the cross-functional teams into the every decision. The AI is actually enabling all of us to go more agile. Okay, more agile. Involve the cross-functional teams early to the policies, or to the meetings, to the decision making uh, ceremonies, basically. And the another best practice that I would say is very clearly define whose ownership is this. Say something like, if something goes wrong, who is accountable? If something goes wrong, AI is generating. As I was telling, AI is a responsible party, but the accountability still lies with the domain experts. Communicate very clearly the ownership and decision rights. That would avoid delays. If you follow these best practices, right, whatever works for the team, establish the governance in such a way, and it would work. It would actually yield into much more faster process than slowing down. Probably let me take the last question in the interest of time.
Awesome. And the last question: How do you measure the effectiveness and value of the synergy achieved through the integration of AI into software development processes?
Measures, right? What do we measure? How do we measure? Anyway, tomorrow there is a topic about the metrics, but let me give you a very high level view of what we can measure. uh, Obviously, the first thing that everyone asks is, by using AI, what is your productivity gain? What did you gain? So how do we what do you measure? It's very simple. How much time I reduced myself, how much time I gained myself by reducing the repetitive work. I might be doing the same login form, same regression test executing one more time. How much time did I gain by delegating this repetitive work to AI? How much faster the cycle times are? How much manual effort did I reduce? That's a very good metric in terms of productivity. But in terms of quality, what you can measure is uh, the defect rates, defect rates. It should go lower, and the automation coverage can be increased, and fewer defects getting escaped to production. These can be your quality metrics that you can feel. And also, you can run out the surveys to the teams on something like how good you trust AI. Something like, user and team confidence can be measured through the survey forms on trust, usability, and making effectiveness. And obviously, the final area that we need to see whenever we call about metrics is the business impact. The business impact, we how fast we go to the market, and how much cost did we save. I hope that's good on answer your question. Thank you, everyone. And you have my email ID, LinkedIn ID on the screen. You can connect me offline. Thank you. See you soon.
Excellent, Srini, thank you. Guys, if your questions weren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Thank you, Srini, for your answers and for your bright and inspiring presentation. Your experience, professionalism, and passion for software quality motivate and energize the entire audience. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and helping teams reach new heights. Your contribution is truly valuable to all conference participants. Guys, stay with us. We're about to play a game together with Azat. Azat, move on.
Okay, guys, hello everyone. Again, please join the game using this pin code in your mobile app or on QAHub.it page. I also shared the link in the chat, so you can join the game using this link. Let's wait just a minute so everyone can join the game, and we will start. Okay, for those who joined, for those who win, we have prizes for winners, so it's gonna be competitive, I believe. Okay, people are coming. 55 people already. Just a few seconds more and we will start. Okay, while people are joining, I will tell you our game rules. So it's our second game today. This game is about applying AI in SDLC. So you will have 10 questions, and for each question you will have 3 out of 4 answers are correct. So you have to select 3 correct answers for each question. To do it, you will have 45 seconds. And the faster you select correct answer, the more points you get. And the one who scores the most points in the end is the winner. And for this winner, we have the valuable prize. So let's go. Question number 1. Multi-select. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools on analysis phase of SDLC. Generate user stories from raw input, identify ambiguities or missing requirements, summarize stakeholders' interviews, or make final decisions on scope and priorities. Please select 3 answers. 3 of these 4 are correct. Only 1 is wrong. Okay, 15 seconds left. Two, 1, time. Yeah, that might be tricky to select the correct answers, but yes, make final decisions on scope and priorities is not correct way to apply AI. Okay, Natalia in the first place. Next question. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools on design and architecture phase of SDLC. Ensure compliance with enterprise standards. Review architecture for security and scalability. Suggest design patterns, or generate architecture diagrams from text. Please select 3 correct answers. Okay. 5 seconds left. So, ensure compliance with enterprise standards is not a correct answer, actually. Yes. And we have a new scoreboard. Okay, next question. Question number 3. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools on implementation phase of SDLC. Generate boilerplate code or templates, explain complex code snippets, understand domain-specific business logic deeply, and generate unit tests. So 3 of these answers are correct. Please select all of them. Yeah, there are some ways that AI tools are not applicable, at least today. Two, 1, and time. Yes, understand domain-specific business logic deeply is not a way to apply AI. Yeah. Okay, next question. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools on testing phase of SDLC. Automate test script generation, generate test cases from requirements, validate usability and accessibility manually, and analyze test results and logs. I'm sure there are a lot of testers today on this game, so it should be not so hard for you, I hope. Ten seconds left. And yes, of course, validate usability and accessibility manually is not the way to apply. Okay, next question. Select all correct ways on deployment phase of SDLC. Generate deployment scripts, handle unexpected deployment failures in real time, draft release notes, and suggest CI/CD pipeline configurations. I'm sure most of you are familiar with basics, at least with basics of CI/CD and deployment phase. So it would be not so hard for you. Okay, 5 seconds left. Yeah, handle unexpected deployment failures in real time is not the way AI can help us, at least today. Next question. Question number 6. Select all correct ways to apply on maintenance and support phase of SDLC. Handle sensitive customer interactions, detect anomalies in logs, analyze user feedback for improvements, and generate patches or hotfixes. AI can do many things, but not all of the things. Okay, 5 seconds left. Yeah, handle sensitive customer interaction is not the correct way to apply AI tool. Okay, let's move on. Question number 7. Select all correct ways to apply tools as a software quality engineers. Drafting a test strategy, automation feasibility analysis, perform exploratory testing, and testing approach analysis or selection of test tools. There are some things that should be done manually, still manually, and yeah, AI is not very good at these things. Ten seconds left. Three, two, one. Yes, perform exploratory testing is not the best way to use AI tool. Okay, next question. Select all the correct ways to apply AI tool as a software quality engineer. Understanding business risk and prioritization, design test cases, create auto tests, or generate test scripts like SQL, PowerShell, etc. I believe for software quality engineers, it's the easy question. And 70 people already answered. Okay, 10 seconds. Of course, understanding business risks and prioritization is not the best way to apply. Okay, Yelena is still on the top. And one more question. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools as a software quality engineer. Test automation code refactoring, interpreting complex test failures, debug test automation code, or generate test data. If you are actively using AI tools in your daily routine, I believe it would be easy for you to answer. 10 seconds left. Yes, interpreting complex test failures is not the best way. Well, for not complex test failures, it might be okay. And Gregory on the first place. Okay, last question. It's your last chance to score some points. Select all correct ways to apply AI tools as a software quality engineer. Drafting technical documentation, selection of test tool, compiling a summary report after testing concludes, team collaboration and communication. "20 seconds left, and 70 people already answered. Five seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Yes, team collaboration and communication is not the way to apply AI tool. Okay, let's see who is the winner of the second game. Third place, MB. Congratulations. Juliana on the second place, and our winner is Grigori. Okay, thank you guys everyone. I hope you had some fun. Now let's move on. Alim, move on. Over to you.
Guys, how was the game? I'm sure you had fun. Don't miss out on our special challenge happening on social media. Check out our channels for more details and get involved in the excitement. And now, please welcome our next honorary speaker, an expert with over 14 years of experience in QA. He masterfully handles both manual and automated testing, builds reliable frameworks, manages teams and processes, and implements best quality practices in agile projects. Today at our conference, we have someone who sets the standards in the world of QA and inspires teams to achieve new heights. Meet Alexei Slavutsky. Alexei, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, hello. I'm happy to be here, and I'm also happy to present the topic related to AI-infused application testing. Let me share my screen and let me start. Okay. I hope you see my screen. Let me know if not. Let me start. So today I'm going to share the topic related to testing of AI-infused application, which is a new challenge nowadays, and it gives us, again, a lot of questions, a lot of issues, and on other hand, a lot of opportunities to, let's say, ensure the quality of the solutions with AI. A few words about myself. I am senior quality architect, working like 16 years in IT, and again, like about 13 years in EPAM. I am part of the test competency center, working with different clients and especially addressing AI-infused application testing challenges and projects as a part, as a co-head of AI-infused application testing practice. Let's start. So first of all, before we will start addressing testing approaches, let's think and let's talk about the AI-infused application components to be tested, because AI-infused application, this is, let's say, it consists of different elements, and each of these elements has, let's say, some capabilities, some way they are working, or like elements, again, they consist of. So to be able to ensure quality of AI-infused application, we must address all of them. all of these, let's say, quality requirements and requirements of each of these elements. Partially, each application having AI under the hood is similar to the regular application, like having infrastructure that is based on having backend, having front end, and working as entire system, again, with the combinations of elements listed on this page. On other hand, there are some specific elements included in that application and working in scope of that, again, application. And these elements specifically, let's say, produce or like address some AI functionality, let's say, elements or some functions. I mean, some functions for AI system. First of all, it's input data. And as an input, I'm talking about the prompts. And we can have like user prompt, we can have system prompt, and quality of the prompt, again, any prompt or like any input information, it's super important for like entire system work. On other hand, we can have LLM, large language model, or we can have SLM, like small language model, which also have some parameters to be verified. Of course, we must verify output. We have to control tokenization because the LLM usage is not for free. And performance. And now I'm talking about the performance of the LLM. So let's do not confuse it with performance of the entire system. Then we might have RAG, retrieval, which is like abbreviation for retrieval augmented generation, which is also like working and storing context of communication with LLM. And again, the quality of the data sources, the quality of, let's say, data retrieval from vector database, this is super important and must be addressed. We might have guardrails, which are rules explaining to LLM how it must behave. And again, we might have chatbot, I mean, as entire, let's say, some of the AI interest application products, we might consider chatbot, for example. And each chatbot has its own specific. And if we're talking about the specific, let me, for example, as an example, to tell you about the dialogues. Because when we're asking question, then we are having answer, but the conversation is not only the questions and answers. And the quality of the chatbot, it's also about the quality of dialogue. So how properly user intent was recognized, how good that chatbot, let's say, storing context and storing that the history of the conversation with the user. And again, how good it is to address or like to build that dialogue appropriate according to the company rules, the company standards. It might be voice chatbot, so you can communicate with kind of the real voice function, and you will be able to interrupt that voice communication, so you don't need to wait until the communication is over. Also, yeah, we can consider agents, which are like orchestrating maybe some inputs and using tools to develop or to produce some output. So not only LLM output, like having text, but also, again, doing some functional activities like maybe like creating Jira ticket, for example. So this is, I would say, very short explanation about the AI components and let's say the complexity, how to address the quality of such a solution, which might be combined from different type of the components. But if we are talking about main, let's say, areas to be controlled, there are three I'd like to mention and share with you. There are, like, let's say, three most important areas to be verified. The first one is data. So data, that's the only thing that LLM is working with. And of course, we must be super good, super precise with data, like training data for LLM. We must good, let's say, with data for testing. So what kind of the testing input data we're using and how good they are to address real challenges. And of course, prompts. So nothing can be done without, like, I mean, you will not be able to ensure the system quality without like having good quality data, input, mostly input data. Then the second block is LLM itself, or like solution with LLM as a core component. Of course, like you might know that the LLM output, it's a non-deterministic information, so you can't easily evaluate it as passed. I mean that output as passed or fail, are good or bad, just because it always in between. You will always have some response, but in reality, that response must be better, or like maybe it will not be ideal having bigger size, for example. So, for example, again, it also might be important that we expect to have like answer, like short answer, but eventually we will have like answer having like several sentences, which might be not ideal for some of the chatbots, for example. Then again, retrieval augmented generation and guardrails. So everything related and let's say building this LLM core functionality must be addressed with this non-deterministic way of the evaluation. And the last one, it's entire system. So it's still application. It's still working as a system. And this system might be a part of bigger system, which is which might be a problem. So you need to ensure all the integration are done properly. You need to ensure that everything works as expected, web UI and so on. Let's consider the first area with failed study. So there are few failed studies I'd like to share to you. This is the real projects having real problems, and I'd like to share these problems with you and also explain how we were able to address to like ensure that or like fix these problems. So the first one, that was the project in healthcare domain, and in scope of that project, EPAM developed AI chatbot answering patients, like question of the patients. And that chatbot was tested actually by SMEs. So the real doctors verified chatbot work, asking some questions, mostly related to the medications, like to the drugs, and expecting that the chatbot, let's say, according to drug name, maybe will answer some questions. And again, one of the issues that, for example, for the quantity, that was only one term, which was dosage. But in reality, during the UIT, we understood that intent recognition, like the ability of the chatbot to answer questions, it's zero, like despite of that way of testing, because the real users, let's say, asked questions differently, and the format of the questions was different from what was expected. So one of the issues that was like that the real users were not involved, and also there were no metamorphic testing addressing different way of the questions to be asked, because you can rephrase the question, you can make mistake during the question during the asking that question. You can do a lot of like strange things, and actually we have to try to address this way of like communication. And again, definitely I would say crowd testing or like verification of the real user requests must be in place to be able to formulate, to be able to build that test data correctly and training data correctly. Because in this case, in this particular case, data for the LLM training were not correct. That's why LLM was not able to answer the questions asked. And of course, the testing data were also not ideal, just because again there were no like option to predict the what will be asked. So again, how to address? We have to validate different ways of the data. We have to develop different options or like let's say approaches how this question will be asked. And again, we're talking about first of all metamorphic data, metamorphic testing, and we are talking about the real user intent detection. That's it. Next one. So now we are moving to failure with AI, with the core element. In fail study related to this topic, that was also chatbot. And actually, that chatbot was also like aimed to answer some questions and let's say communicate with users. But and yes, and for that project there was the QA team testing that chatbot. The main issue that this QA team was not equipped with, let's say, understanding of or like the approach of how to test AI solutions. So testing was mostly done manually, and let's say these questions were asked. Also, test automation was built based on Selenium, verifying web UI and verifying that all, let's say, layout is good, and we're able to ask question with web UI, which is not bad, but it's not able to, let's say, address AI-specific issues. And of course, like, okay, the evaluation of the answer itself, it's super complex. So the real human, like the real tester, will not be able to clearly explain why the answer of the chatbot is good or bad. I mean, okay, yeah, we able to understand if the answer was totally bad, like, or again, the quality of the answer totally inappropriate. But what about if they slightly different? So how to measure? The main question is like the quality must be measurable. And in case of verification of GenAI output, we must base on some, let's say, numbers evaluating that output. So for this particular project, the main problem was inability to explain and control, let's say, quality of the answer in the measurable way. Because, okay, we might have good answer. Then the AI solution will be changed. And we also will have plus minus good answer. But how to understand if it becomes better or we have issue with that answer? It's impossible without measurable, let's say, evaluation of the output. So there are few approaches how it must be evaluated. The one is human in the loop, which is like a good one, but still it's not enough. The second one, this is evaluation with metrics, and there are some number of tools calculating these metrics, also giving you opportunity to to introduce custom metric. And the third one, you also can use approach which is called LLM as a judge, when LLM is evaluating the quality of the output. And you even can use different type of the models evaluating the target model. So if you, for example, testing GPT, then you can evaluate outputs with Gemini, and because of that, probably it will be more, let's say, independent approach. Also, having that, again, measurable evaluation, mostly it's from 0 to 1. So like in between this range, you can define what is failed and what is passed. So for example, you can, let's say, introduce prompt having recommendations to LLM to evaluate, like to consider, for example, 0.7 as a, let's call it pass score, success score. And if the response is like good one, then evaluating in it with more than 0.7, less with bigger number, and if it's not such a good, then less. So I would say the measurable way of the evaluation is pretty important. And here is the tools addressing different type of metrics. There are at least 4 groups I'd like to mention. The first one is related to RAC, and this is context precision, context recall metrics. The second related to LLM itself, and again, performance, security, tokenization, memory, bias, which is one of the again metrics related to LLM. Then generation metrics, and if we're talking about generation, that it means how good LLM is generating output. And mostly we're talking about the accuracy, again, hallucination rate, but there are much more metrics. And the last but not least, ethical compliance. So the bias, toxicity, fairness, so how the answer complies with different type of the, let's say, the rules that we have to stick. And you can see the names of the tools doing this evaluation. So again, they are pretty well known, like Ragas, DeepEval, like you can use them to evaluate. The only issue that this is more for coding, so that's mostly addressed by automation testers. It will not be easy to address, like the usage of this tools will not be easy for manual testers. Now, system itself. So for the system itself, we have a solution based on, this is agentic solution based on WhatsApp, and it was developed to let's say, perform some actions with the Salesforce, and input was expected with several languages. So the main issue was that there were no much engineers. There was only one engineer working part-time, and actually this person was not able to address whole entire solution requirements, like including integration, including web UI, including questions, and of course including the different languages. That's why it was super bad, super complex to ensure quality on such a project. Now moving further, efficiency. And when I'm talking about efficiency, I'm talking about test automation. So this fail study, it's honestly a case study I converted. And there was a project, again, developing chatbot. And there were two testers who spent 5 days testing that solution, like asking questions. And again, they did it all the time, like each sprint, and spent too much time and were limited with time because the number of questions to be verified, it might be thousands of questions. So we, like addressing this issue, we implemented automation testing into this project, which gave us which shortened execution time from 5 days to 2 days, and give us a chance to optimize work in 50%. So that was only one tester who was able to execute everything, and the second one was moved to another tasks. I would say it was done with AI test automation tool we're developing in EPAM, which is called Liam. And this tool is developed to, again, test chatbots and AI agents. It's able to, let's say, ask questions, and mostly with REST API, and collect answers, and then evaluate the quality of the answers using different metrics and evaluating different, let's say, scoring and evaluating the quality. Also, it might be implemented into CI/CD portal, and it was introduced for, I would say, for about 20 different projects across EPAM, and like really able to produce benefits, and again shorten, let's say, testing and make it efficient. Maybe just a few words about the solution itself. So there are four, let's say, services, for modules in scope of the solution for AI-infused application testing. The first module addressing generation of the testing data, because I don't think you want to create these thousands of questions manually. So there are some approaches to generate the main questions and expected answers based on the internal documentation or based on the user stories. The second, this is execution block. And again, you should be able to execute, automatically execute tests against web UI, REST API, voice, and even having some assertions for the functional verification, because in reality, if we are talking about the AI agentic solutions testing, the testing is a combination of non-deterministic and deterministic requirements. So as a step one, you might evaluate GenAI output. As a step two, you might evaluate the Jira ticket is really created and populated correctly. So that's kind of the combination, different type of the evaluations. Then observability, and it's very important to control the number of tokens, average number spent for the communication with chatbot, and solution performance. And of course, reporting, because for the reporting, it's also important to analyze the quality of, for example, dialogue, or quality maybe of entire agentic workflow, like starting from correct intent recognition, then like triggering work with some particular, so with some appropriate tool, and then controlling that tool working correctly. This is kind of end-to-end approach. So I would say I'm done. And yeah, thank you for listening. And yeah, I'm ready for your questions.
Hi, Alexei. That was absolutely great. Thank you. The audience has a few questions on the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Alexei, the first question, are you planning to AI tester as a primary or secondary skill?
Okay. Yeah. So right now we're developing, and actually we have a skill in EPAM, which is AI-infused application tester. So this as a first stage, and yes, and we are developing the training programs for this skill, and definitely it will be introduced as a secondary skill. So if someone can will pass that course and maybe having some practical experience, he or she can have that title assigned as a secondary skill. Maybe in the future it also will be even as a primary skill, but right now I would say the main focus to to introduce this skill across all the e-commerce. So we will have a lot of people able to address this type of testing, and we will be able to help our clients to ensure their product quality. This.
Very interesting. Next question. From your personal experience, what are the main challenges in AI testing, and what are the best practices to address them?
Thank you. Thank you. So I would say there are two main challenges I see. The first one, it's ability to select or develop appropriate testing approach, which will cover quality for each particular solution, which is always unique, and ability to identify the metrics for the quality evaluation. Because sometimes you must develop your own custom metric to evaluate quality, and you will not be able to reuse any existing. This is possible. And the second one, this is efficiency, because again, there are huge number of inputs or huge number of data source types, or the data source elements to be analyzed. And I would say you can't only, so even if you will find approach to properly evaluate, for example, work with images or with voice, it doesn't mean you can do it effectively. So the second one, again, this is about the mostly test automation solution and ability to execute test cases effectively. Don't spend much time for this. I'm done.
Really? Awesome. And the last question. How many projects currently incorporate AI-driven testing, and which industry domains are actively integrating AI technologies into their products?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. I would say we started developing AI-infused application practice 2 years ago. And maybe starting this year, we are facing with big number of the projects, having, I would say, few projects, facing with several projects in each month. So I believe that right now, most of the customers introducing AI into their solutions. And I'm not talking about it, that's not only about chatbots or, for example, AI agents. It's also about SDLC, because if you are improving the quality of your processes, like asking AI to generate test cases, you still need to ensure that the test cases, the quality of test case generation is good. So I would say right now there are big number, and again, it's very complex to calculate, but there are a lot of requests right now. Talking about the domains, I would say in first case, again, we have, in first place, we have as most common solution, it's a chatbot. And the companies working with the customers, having user input, they really developing these solutions a lot. So this is again, it's a bit complex to identify domain, but definitely healthcare and e-commerce. So the companies again communicating in B2C, like business to customers. Or no? Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Excellent, Oleksiy. Thank you. Guys, if your questions aren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Thank you, Oleksiy, for your answers, your inspiring presentation, and valuable insights. Your practical experience and expertise in software quality motivate and help professionals grow. We appreciate you sharing your knowledge and maintaining a high standard in the industry. Folks, thanks to everyone who joined us. Come back tomorrow. It's going to be amazing.
We are delighted to welcome you to the opening of the QAHub Global Conference 2025. Thank you to everyone who has joined us. Alim and Aya are here with you. What awaits you? Distinguished speakers, breakthrough cases, world-class networking. QAHub community is a global community where IT professionals come together to share knowledge, experience, and fresh ideas. Our speakers and members are from more than 80 countries. Join our social networks where you can discover all the cool things we do. And now we present our distinguished speakers, our partners, our organizing team. So, let's begin.
Surprise! The host of the second day of the conference is also an AI. Don't worry, I won't be trying to take over the world, at least not until the Kahoot break. So, I'm glad to see everyone here as we kick off the second day of our global and unique conference. Stay with us. It's going to be super cool, informative, and a lot of fun. Plus, we're pumped to launch an awesome competition for everyone. Score cool prizes by completing the challenge. Check out our social media for all the details and join the fun. Now, the day opens with another world-class speaker. Please welcome a managing partner in technology consulting and a senior project management expert. His experience covers the implementation of technological solutions that fully meet business goals, as well as a deep understanding of all stages of software development and best engineering practices. He successfully builds corporate system architectures, implements high-quality standards, and inspires teams to achieve outstanding results. Thanks to his leadership and strategic thinking, even the most complex projects are implemented efficiently and with maximum benefit for the business. Meet Tariq King. Tariq, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for that stellar introduction. I'm Tariq King, as was mentioned. I'm a managing principal here at Econ. And we're going to talk about redefining testing in the age of artificial intelligence. And, there's been a lot going on in our landscape, right? And I think a lot of people are trying to figure out for quality engineering and testing, are we in the midst of a revolution? Or is this just like a natural evolution of testing? And I studied like a lot about test automation over the years and put it into practice. And one of the things that I think is really important to remember is that we've always been striving to make testing better. And so test automation itself has had its own evolutionary path, obviously, from the evolution of trying to just make testing less tedious, a little bit more automated. And the first kind of wave at a lot of that was this idea of scripted test automation that came up in the 90s. And, it shouldn't be surprising that, a lot of what we did focus a lot on the user interface and trying to make sure that we can use tools like WinRunner from QTP Mercury Interactive to just try to automate what the user will do from the end-to-end perspective. This is a pretty closed ecosystem, and what I would say is that even though we refer to this as test automation, a lot of this still required significant manual effort. Even when we evolved and went into a more of an open model, looking at tools like Selenium and Cypress and Playwright, it still required a lot of manual, written, hand-to-hand effort to really build automation scripts, because a lot of the design that goes into it, a lot of the thinking was still something that needed to be done in preparation. And then even encoding the scripts was something that was manual. And then it was only when we needed to execute these scripts that there was really true automation. And once the scripts executed and there was issues, again, it came into play that the human had to get involved. So I think, quite frankly, like we have settled for a substandard definition of test automation. And so we started to see the likes of the rise of AI, where I think with AI, it has been the first movement towards what is really a lights out philosophy to software test automation. You see, in the manufacturing field, when we think about automation, they thought about this lights out in the factories, where everything was so automated that you could literally turn off the lights. And I think with AI, this was one of our first steps towards this. So back in the 2010s, I was looking at this problem. I wrote this article for O'Reilly on my experience actually building test automation tools that use things like computer vision to actually test applications automatically. And I'm not talking about scripted testing. I'm talking about analyzing the application and actually just automatically crawling it and looking at it like a human would. And I plan to walk us through like the evolution of that so that we can get a firm foundation to understand where we've come from and now where we're going with these new advancements in generative AI. But I've seen this technology being applied to web and mobile applications, even trying to test the entire app store, testing things like video games and video quality that are very difficult to automate, especially with scripted automation tools that only focus on the web. Like AI gave us like new capabilities here. And so what does this evolution of AI-driven automation really look like? I think starting in the early 2010s, there was a lot of focus on looking at predictive analytics to just make test automation better. And, this kind of stemmed from a lot of academic work, I think, at first, trying to, predict defects and that sort of stuff. But then the industry started to look at, hey, how can we like make test automation, which was very brittle, make it better, right? And we started to look at self-healing automation, the idea of codeless in 2012. And then these vision-based techniques started to come into play. So this was the use of computer vision to identify objects on the screen. And this was really a little bit better than self-healing automation because self-healing automation really tried to fix what was a broken problem of us looking at the implementation, the DOM, to tie test automation to that implementation. And whenever the implementation changes, then of course scripts fail or need to be updated. But with computer vision, you're actually training a model to identify, the different elements on the screen. And this was pretty novel. But of course, like it wasn't the only thing that AI could help us with. In 2017, we started looking at AI for API and unit testing, things like test data generation, and even at non-functional testing, things like performance and domain-specific testing. So there was a lot of work behind the scenes, and there was a lot of startups that popped up in that period looking at that. But it wasn't really until 2022 where we started to see a big shift, right? So we saw these like micro evolutions happening where we were getting better, people were applying AI, but then we had the rise of generative AI. And at that point, it really meant that the game had changed. And I think that this is the point where if you're questioning evolution or revolution, like this is a turning point for us. And we think about today, we're now living in an age where agentic test automation is becoming the new de facto standard for doing software testing. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday when Adam talked about our agentic QA at EPAM. And so if we break this down, I would say that there was a first wave of agentic test automation, wave one, which was pre-generative AI. And now we're looking at this new wave of agentic test automation. And what I want to do to look at, this history of ours is to just look at those two waves and talk a little bit about how we need to look at the future of testing and test automation moving forward. And so that first wave, as I mentioned, started with us looking at the user interface. Could we actually build on machine vision technologies where we could classify images or do object detection? Could we build on OCR where we can pull, text out of this? And what this really looked like was, data scientists and machine learning engineers capturing, screenshots to try to train the AI on how to recognize UI screens. And similarly, how do you recognize elements, right? So this is the login screen or this is the shopping cart. This is what needed to be done. And it was pretty tedious to actually train these models. And I spent probably about 3 years of my career actually focused on this problem. And so the idea was that we wanted to be able to perceive the application using computer vision, detect those screens. Here we are logging in. Here are the different elements that I can interact with. And here's the text that goes along with it that can help me identify which tests might need to run or which inputs belong in which fields. And on a similar note, well, here's what failures look like, right? And we could train the machine to recognize failures and identify at least when something was visibly wrong with the application. But it was only the beginning looking at the vision aspect, right? We needed to be able to navigate the application and crawl it. And of course, like you could do this in a traditional way if you really wanted to, with tools that look at the DOM. But with a computer vision based technique, you wanted to remove that complexity. And so the idea of using reinforcement learning, which was something that was very big in the video game industry, where we train the machines on high level goals and train agents how to interact with the environment. In this case, we're looking at the application as the environment and clicking on things and navigating through as a means of advancing towards goals. And so this was really cool. And I just want to walk through an example of what these traditional bots used to do. You might have a goal like, let's go to the shopping cart. And you would start off and you would give your bot a score of 0. And then it might try to take an action, and it would take an action, maybe navigate to the product page, which is cool, but not exactly what we want it to do. And so you give it a negative reward, like, this isn't terrible, but this is not where we want to go. And you let it click again, and it finally reaches to the cart, and you give it a bigger reward. And this is what the training process looked like. That was one iteration of training. And then you would reset again. And maybe this time the bot actually takes the best action and finds a better path. So we could train these machines to really navigate the application, find optimal paths, use computer vision to actually test the application and find issues. But it was really, really hard. And it was really, really difficult for us to deploy at scale. And now we're moving into an age where we see generative AI. And with generative AI, I think it really took us to a new level. Of course, it started off with large language models and the transformer architecture, where now it felt like we could interact with the AI just very easily via a chat interface. And of course, this had a big effect because now everyone could pick up a large language model and use it for whatever task they had, whether it be personal or professional. And so, of course, it was natural for us in the software engineering world to think about how can we start to use this technology to improve software engineering? Can we use it for improving productivity across the software lifecycle? And so, of course, being EPAM, we led a lot of the charge here in this area, trying to see how we could have our own teams start to look at different use cases across the lifecycle so that then we can in turn go and move on to helping clients do the same thing. And it doesn't matter which domain you were in, everyone was kind of looking at this stuff. And once you have the use cases, just applying generative AI then becomes something that you have to start to think about from a more practical standpoint with tooling. And I think the cool thing here is that we're actually sitting in a rapid evolution of the generative AI for productivity tools. You see, like we started off going to a chat interface and talking to things like ChatGPT or chatting with Gemini. But then we saw rapidly us go into two other areas for looking at co-pilots and agents. You see, it was one thing to be able to just use these models and interact with them to help them, help you with a task, right? But you didn't always want to go to that particular interface. You needed to bring the AI to you. And so we did that by thinking of all the tools, whether it be the IDE for developers or testers, whether it be Jira, and then the co-pilot started living within these environments. And then now we're seeing a movement towards these fully autonomous systems where we're automating entire workflows. And the reason that we bring this up is that we want to put this in the context of what this has done for test automation. You see, we are living in what is called the second wave of agentic test automation, where we're not looking anymore at pretty simple bots that are just trained to perceive the application, but we have like a cognitive architecture. You see, we have a generative model at the base, which is the central decision maker, which gives us the power of natural language for interaction. And then we can now interact with tools. And there's this orchestration layer that allows us to really program these bots to have high-level goals, instructions. They can even reason, right? So it's no longer just this language model. It is now the first step towards cognitive AI at our fingertips. And so what did we do with this architecture? You see, now that we have natural language, we can start to use that for AI-driven tasks. So, before, we didn't really have a good means of instructing the machines to generate automated test cases and test flows. Now we could do that. Now we had a model where we can say, this is our domain, this is the problem we're trying to solve, and we can describe that in natural language and get generated tests relatively easily from that model, and then translate those into something that's executable. But this was only like the first step, because once you started looking at large language models, you can now think, well, how can I actually take that technology where we're training it to, generate text, and can I have it understand and recognize images? And so we saw multimodal language models, which then gave us the same kind of capabilities that we had with our first generation of agentic test automation, where we can identify what is on the screen. We can perhaps choose how to interact with it once we've figured out what it looks like. And now with the natural language generated tests, we can actually take that all the way. You see, we can train machines on action models. Take this step, now take this step, and get towards this goal, all from a very simple chat interface. And so now we're seeing the rise of agentic QA. And Adam walked through this for us yesterday, where we're seeing that we can really harness the power of AI, not just to evolve testing, but to revolutionize it completely. You see, like before, our definition of testing and test automation was indeed substandard, because we couldn't simply do something like write a prompt and hit enter and have the machine do the rest. And this is the age that we're living in, where these high level checks can guide agents to actually crawl through an application, find issues, and then report them. And so we're walking into really this second wave, and not just automating testing at the UI level, but I think we're able to now start to automate across the life cycle and actually keep humans in the loop. So you can think about this technology as an AI powered automation framework, where the humans can provide things like a specification, and the agentic pipeline can read it and start to analyze and validate that specification and compare it against the golden standard. Once it compares it against the golden standard, maybe there's a need to have another agent actually intercept that output before it gets used, so that it can be validated by a human in the loop. And then once the human gives feedback, of course, if it needs to change something, it'll go back and feed it back to a previous agent. But once that's okay, maybe that spec can now be handed to another agentic pipeline, one that maybe looks at the UI designs, tries to automate and test even the Figma designs. And so now from an end-to-end perspective, we can start to use this agentic architecture to automate the entire workflow. And so we're seeing AI actually accelerate the testing lifecycle, including the development of AI-infused applications. So we can build things faster. And now it is even easier for us to actually integrate AI models into those applications. And so we're seeing a little bit of another part of this revolution, where applications are becoming highly dynamic. This brings a lot of testing challenges, right? Because if the system can adapt and generate and create dynamic things, then we need to be able to test it and test these non-deterministic behaviors. In addition, we're seeing a global impact of AI, which makes the risk even higher once we start looking at validation and verification. And last but not least, there's core engineering challenges with just building these systems. And I look at these things at play where, yes, AI is enabling us to automate better and use computer vision and natural language. But now that AI is here, testing is also becoming harder, because applications are becoming more dynamic. Last year I put together this iceberg model, and we started to look at how we can actually get more humans involved in testing AI, not just looking at the surface at things like usability and engagement, but looking beneath the surface of this iceberg. You see that we need to validate the AI for integrity, right? Whether or not it can be consistent and be relevant. Look at responsibility in terms of safety and fairness. And then, is it practically useful? And so we're at this point where I think AI is taking over in many different ways. But I don't see this takeover as a replacement for testing. I see it as a repositioning. You see, in chess, like when you think about the pawn, it is very limited at first in its movement. It can only move one space at a time, and it hardly moves in multiple directions. It's just two directions typically. But there comes a point where it comes to the end of the board where it can become a queen and really get transformed into something that is a lot more powerful. And I think that this is what AI is doing for testers. And I encourage testers to actually embrace this new age of artificial intelligence. So, how are we redefining testing in the age of AI? Well, a long time ago, I predicted that we were going to have this takeover. We were going to see AI take over multiple levels of testing, all the way from the unit level to the UI level. We were going to see AI start to creep into non-functional testing. And a lot of people ask, well, what does that mean for the future of the profession? And I think that the future of the profession really lies in three different areas. The first one is pretty obvious. Um, if you embrace AI, then you will be someone who's leveraging AI for testing. And these aren't people that would ever get replaced. Like, why would I replace someone who can use technology to increase their productivity and leverage a technology that allows them to move across the board faster and attack in multiple directions or dimensions of testing? That is a no-brainer. Those are the kinds of people that will be around. The other set of people in testing will be testing AI systems themselves. So looking at how do we validate and verify, both using manual and automated techniques, this non-deterministic, very adaptive, generative type of application. And last but not least, I think that there's going to be room for people to help test the things that the machines can't test yet. And we coined this human experience testing. And I want to spend some time at least wrapping up with this thought, because I think it's pretty well understood that we're going to be leveraging AI for testing and we're going to make AI systems. But there's a big opportunity for us to see how experience testing would evolve. And so bear with me a second and think, what if we had fully autonomous testing? AI could test everything. All these agentic workflows now work well, and we're moving in all directions. What would happen in a world like that where AI tests software all by itself? Well, you see, everything would be tested, but nothing would be experienced. And this is where I remind us that even the most complex AI system is still designed for a human. And so these humans are needed to test those things. You see, it's not about any longer just designing for a user. When I talk about human experience, it goes beyond simple product or user experience, which are usually focused on the digital touch points. When I pick up the app and I start to use it, this is what happens. This is what I feel, even. But instead, understanding that these systems are all integrated into a whole ecosystem. And so it's not just about designing for the user, it's about designing for the human. And so you have digital touch points like the applications, but you also have physical touch points like stores or anything tangible that we can interact with in the real world. And then all of this ties into a large experience that will leave us either feeling good about a product and an experience or feeling terrible about it. And this really matters when we think about our customers and client centricity. You see, human experience is really about taking a lot of what we've done to be very systematic and data driven and applying that to the customer journey, looking at products, services, or brands across digital, physical, and experiential touch points. And it takes real people to actually perceive, feel, and respond to the application and bring those emotions out, the context and the expectation, and bring their prior experiences into the testing world. You see, I've been going around at conference events talking about this idea of human experience testing. In fact, last week I was in Milan, and I gave an example of just my trip and what it meant to look at it through the lens of human experience testing. You see, I had to go from Fort Lauderdale to Chicago to Milan, and I flew on United. And as you can imagine, there's several factors that impact my travel experience. Whether I'm using the mobile app to check in, Or I'm going to a counter to check in with a human there. I'm dropping off bags, I'm clearing security. Some aspects of that security are digital, some aspects are physical, and eventually I'm boarding the plane and having an in-flight experience. And it matters if you're taking a long trip, even something as simple as the ambiance of the aircrafts during that time. And you see, once you actually start living this, like once you start recognizing the world around you, and for example, when we arrived in Milan and we got off the airplane, we're looking for signs to show us where we need to go. And you might ask, are those signs like appropriate? Are they localized? Of course, we're also in a space where, hey, maybe you have an experience here, right? Because you're in one of the fashion capitals of the world. And then you have to pass through passport control. So maybe there's some waiting in a physical line. And then there's more digital touch points that help you to find your bag, which could be a process. There's several different ways that we can interact with these systems. And at the end of the day, we have to think about all sorts of different types of users. So accessibility becomes important. Maybe you come off and you're thirsty, or you need a snack, or you need to go to the restroom. Ironically, in Milan, there's digital touch points for you to be able to know whether or not a toilet is available. And then eventually you're going to leave, and that is going to transition into another physical experience. One where now maybe it starts to shift from the physical world because you get in the taxi and you start driving around, and maybe now it becomes, wow, we're in a really special place. Or maybe we're going to go to dinner later and we'll remember that. You see, we can take all of this journey and we can look at it through the lens of the user, through the lens of the human who's going through it. So we can look at our departure experience and look at the digital touch points and really measure that. We can look at the physical touch points before we leave as well. Or we can start to coalesce in group and have blended scores. Like, this is what the entire in-flight experience felt like to me. And then last but not least, some of these experiences are experiential enough that you break out that experience into a separate bucket and look at the thing that really causes you to resonate with an experience or not. You see, this is not just about a journey. This is about thinking about everything that we do in a different way and actually trying to get to a point where we can measure it and be really informed about how an experience leaves you. You see, the conference organizers, and we did this live at the conference, they care about everything, right? What the registration experience was, their digital touch points, what the snacks and everything felt like, was it appropriate? The reception sessions, the seating, the keynote speakers that people are there to see, as well as the organizers, and any kind of thing that attaches you to the brand. So we did live human experience testing at this event. And why? Well, you see, at the end of the day, if we want to make this real, this is all about having satisfied customers. You see, the best business strategy is indeed a satisfied customer, because we make all of these assumptions about, what users feel or like. And if we have any kind of mismatches between what the user thinks and what they really, really want, then it could be very costly for us to make missteps. There's also a very diverse and cultural demographic that we're dealing with. And so the way that we get to aligning testing with business is to look at how we can gain customer loyalty by understanding the application, the physical environment, and the experience through their own eyes. And so, if I leave you with something, understand that being customer centric in the age of testing and redefining experience is going to be a big part of what we do moving forward. And so, whether or not you decide that you're going to go down a path of leveraging AI for testing, or testing AI systems, or dealing with experiences, um, I encourage you to embrace this age that we're in and understand that the testing discipline is not going anywhere. If anything, it is going to shift and it is going to change. Maybe you need to evolve as well as testing evolves. Or maybe this is a revolution and you need to find out where you sit as part of that revolution. But I encourage you to do so and understand that we have a wide open playing field for everyone to play in. Thank you very much.
Hi, Tariq. Super. Awesome. Thank you. The audience has a few questions. Let's discuss them. Well, Tariq, the first question: what new competencies and skills are becoming key for testing specialists in the era of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so I think in terms of testing skills and competencies, the first thing to understand is that you should have some foundational understanding of artificial intelligence, right? And not just large language models, I think for testers, because of the intersection that I talked about between leveraging AI for testing and testing AI systems, they should have a deeper understanding because they're going to be asked to maybe peel back the onion a little bit on what these AI systems look like. So definitely understanding the foundation of AI and machine learning, and then also building up that competency around how to test them and how to use them effectively and efficiently, right? So, I mean, it's no kind of secret. Like we've looked at prompt engineering, we've looked at testing AI infused applications. Um, these are all new skills that I think everyone is on board with. I think beyond that, though, what I just showed you in terms of experience testing is also something that will become important because at the end of the day, even with AI systems and even with AI impacting the user experience, it's going to be some things where you have to combine digital, physical, and experiential together. And I think that this is a new muscle for testers.
Awesome. Next question: what examples of successful AI integration into testing processes can you share from your own experience?
Yeah, so in terms of successful integration into testing processes, I mean, I'm seeing us leverage this technology at scale for clients, right? And seeing complete transformations, not just of individual roles in testing, but actually like the entire life cycle. And it's pretty amazing to watch, right? We're an organization that has been kind of investing in teaching their engineers to do prompting and just being at the forefront and wanting to understand what AI agents are, getting to the point where they're implementing agents and integrating them into a workflow that includes human in the loop. Um, I've been able to be at the forefront of seeing that happen even from the very beginning with certain clients at Ecom. I'm also seeing, a movement towards like thinking about how AI is embedded in all of our tools, right? And seeing from the engineering side, people use things like MCP and build language models of their own around their own domain expertise. We at Test.io just built a small language model around our cloud testing data so that we can impact at a larger scale and bring that knowledge of the human experience into the AI world. And I think you're going to see more of this. You're going to see companies actually bringing their proprietary data into that testing process to improve it, whatever that is. And so, I've seen that personally as a dog fooding effort, and I'm seeing it at scale also with customers.
Wow, excellent. And the last question: how does AI-based automation affect the speed and quality of software product releases?
Yeah, so I think initially, and we like to talk about speed. Uh, I think that there's a twofold aspect of speed. On one end, we're seeing that yes, you're able to use AI to kind of help processes move along a lot faster and be automated a lot quicker. But remember that when it comes to productivity, it's not just about quantity, right? It's also about quality and about cost effectiveness. Like these are the three pillars. And so in some cases, like I think you're starting to also see a lot more reasoning get injected into these models, which that reasoning actually causes them to take a little bit longer to think. But the little bit longer that it takes to think actually produces a better result that then requires less human intervention and less review. And so, I think that, yes, it's important to kind of look and measure some aspects of speed, but also remember the entire value stream is where you need to be focused. Because at the end of the day, if you hyper optimize one element of speed, and then you're just sitting in review, taking a lot longer to, revise and change things, that doesn't help. So again, shift to a value stream focus of these measures of test efficiency, and I think it'll be better.
Great, Tariq, thank you. Guys, if your questions weren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Super, thank you, Tariq, for your inspiring presentation and detailed answers to the question. Your perspective on modern approaches to testing and the implementation of new quality standards in the era of artificial intelligence opens new horizons for the professional community. Thank you for sharing your experience and helping conference participants rethink the role of testing in a rapidly changing technological world. Guys, stay with us. We're about to play a game. Azat, move on.
Yep, thank you, Aya. Hello, everyone. It's time to take a break and let's have some fun. Okay, let me share a link to our game. You can join using this link or pin code in your mobile application. And we will wait just a couple of minutes. And before we start, one question. If Gregory, who won yesterday's games, is here with us, could you please contact us by email or by direct messages in social media? Because we couldn't find your email to award your prize. Okay. Already 30 people joined. Let's wait just a minute. I see a lot of people want to win the prize and still joining, so we will wait just a couple of minutes more. People are still joining. Okay. It's gonna be competitive. Almost 70. Okay, 70 people. Okay. The number is increasing and it's not going to stop, I believe. Okay, while people are joining, I will remind you our game rules and let's check them out. It's the third game on our conference, and this game is about AI and photographers. So you will be given 10 images. Some of them were generated by AI and some of them were taken by human beings. So your goal is to guess whether an image was generated by AI or not. So if it was generated by AI, you have to select true, or otherwise you select false. To do it, you will have 30 seconds for each image. And the faster you select correct answer, the more points you get. And the one who scores the most points in the end is the winner. And for this winner, we have a valuable prize. So let's begin. Question and picture number 1. This picture is generated by AI. True or false? Pay attention to details because sometimes AI is not so good in details. Okay, 5 seconds left. Oh, okay. It's gonna be difficult, Kahoot, I believe, because most of you were wrong. This is actually was generated by AI, so let me prove it. Okay, let's check the scoreboard. And now let me to show you my prompt how it was generated. So yeah, it was generated by ChatGPT before the game, and that's a Gen AI picture. Okay, let's see the next image. Next question. This picture is generated by AI. True or false? Really, really beautiful picture. But is it generated or this is real nature? Five seconds left. Okay, it's almost 50-50, but the correct answer is false. Yeah, okay, we have a updated scoreboard. And that's the picture where it was taken. I downloaded it from unsplash.com. It was taken in somewhere in USA, so it's a real picture. Okay, next question. This picture is generated by AI. True or false? Ten seconds left. Okay, most of you were right. I was hoping you would choose false because I really like this image. It was generated by me in ChatGPT, and I really liked it. And for me, it looked like a real. But no, most of you were right. Okay. Uh, let's see the next one. This picture is generated by AI. True or false? This picture reminds me of Kazakhstan, this steppe, these mountains, really beautiful nature. And there is a chance it's a real picture, actually. But no, it was a Gen AI picture. It was actually generated by ChatGPT. Okay, let me prove it and show you the screenshot. Yes, that was my prompt to generate a picture of the open plain during sunset, hills on the horizon, etc. So yeah, I'm proud of my prompt engineering now. Okay, let's check the next image. This picture is generated by AI. True or false? Beautiful gradients in the sky, beautiful mountains. But is it real picture? Is it real nature? Yeah, the correct answer is false. This is a real picture. Let me... Okay, scoreboard is the same. And let me show you the source. Yeah, it was unsplash.com. The photo is taken somewhere in Italy. Really beautiful nature. Yeah, so that's what GenAI is not what can do at least today. Okay, next picture. Is it generated by AI? True or false? Okay, 10 seconds left. Okay, most of you were correct that this is really a GenAI picture. And scoreboard is updated. Let's see. Yeah, that was my prompt, generate a picture of trees. The picture should look like a photo taken on ultra-wide lens, point of view looking up, and style is realistic, yeah. ChatGPT generated it for me. Okay, this picture is generated by AI, true or false? I believe it's gonna be tricky one, because it's not so obvious. Yes, the correct answer is false. This is a real picture. Let's see our scoreboard. Okay, Natalia, I think it's Natalia from yesterday's games. Okay. And yeah, as before, it was taken from unsplash.com. The photo is taken in Antarctica this year, and this is a real picture actually. It's not GenAI. Okay, let's move on. Next one. Is it generated by AI? True or false? Okay, 10 seconds left. Three, two, one. And yeah, most of you were right. That's true. It was generated by AI. Yeah, the prompt was really simple. Generate a picture of birds flying in the gray sky. Horizon line should be displayed, etc. So yeah, that was my prompt. Next one. Is this picture generated by AI true or false? Yeah, that's a place where I would be happy to be right now, but okay. Yeah, most of you were right. That's false. It's not generated by AI. Let's see, our scoreboard is still the same. Okay. And yeah, that's the proof. It was taken from Unsplash. The photo is taken somewhere in USA. I believe it's Miami. Okay. So yeah, it's a real nature, a real picture. And the last question for this game. This picture is generated by AI. True or not? Yeah. I see on the number of answers and looks like it's really obvious if it's generated or not. Okay, 3 seconds left. Yes, most of you are right. That's true. It was actually generated picture. So yeah, it was hard to me. Yeah, maybe it was my prompt. I mean, it was not so perfect, my prompt. That's because that's why this picture is not so perfect. Okay, so let's see on the results of the game. Who is the winner? Okay, Maru23 on the third place, Jamie on the second, and the winner of this game is Natalia. Natalia, my congratulations to you. We will contact our winner by email that is specified in the game, and see you in the next game. I hope you had some fun, take some break, and see you. Bye, everyone.
Guys, how was the game? I'm sure you had fun. Don't miss out on our special challenge happening on social media. Check out our channels for more details and get involved in the excitement. And now, please welcome our inspirational speaker, the leader of the largest automation department at EPAM. With over 15 years of experience in QA and automation, he strategically develops test automation practice, implements innovative services, and unites experts from around the world. Our speaker is an inspiring practitioner, strategist, and driver of advanced services development, helping companies achieve new heights of quality and efficiency in the world of testing and automation. Meet Ihar Bilitsky. Ihar, go ahead.
Hello, how are you today? Yeah, nice to see you, everyone, on this excited conference. Yeah, correct. My name is Igor Belitsky. So about 7 years at EPAM, 20 years around the quality engineering sphere. And here I'm leading that Gen AI practice, yeah, but I originally burned from test automation. So right now I'm focusing on that adoption, of AI adoption, yeah, advisory and consulting for our people and clients. So let's talk about the topic, yeah, how became like a native quality engineering team and how to like build, test, and fix whatever you have on the projects. But before that, yeah, let me briefly suggest from what that topic came from and why this is like a focus area now. So based on that analytics and the popular company who do that strengths analysis and forecasting, so we see that AI is redefining how we deliver our software. So expertise are moving from isolated like AI experience till that real unified strategies, yeah, and deployments. And as you see that by 2030, around 20 trillions will be invested to that AI economy, let's say. And even now, yeah, based on that results of 2024, around 75% of the organizations work with that and use the Gen AI adoption to accelerate their work, and that trend still growing. From another side, some period of time passed, yeah, so and the big players calculated the ROI of the investment, which they return back. It's around like 3 and even more time bigger than they invest initially for that AI stuff. And if we're talking about the quality assurance, like quality engineering, yeah, so they shift from like gatekeepers, like, yeah, when we assure the quality, to like AI powered builders, let's say, yeah. And it's because of trend is growing and the capabilities that of the AI requested by many clients. We see that it doesn't replace testers or developers or whatever. It provides even more work when Gen AI adoption or Gen AI practice we have in place. So this is what it is, yeah, and the trends is growing. Let's see like the ways of working of that AI native quality engineering. actually, what is like a native team? So in general, we're moving toward like that T-shapes, you know that abbreviation, T-shape engineers, like people who deep expertise and have broad skills, like a team who like get some stuff from different areas. So they're not just focused on the particular area, and can take work from like in between stuff, from DevOps, from development. We're talking about the quality assurance. Developers work together with quality engineers. Quality engineers take some ownership from business analysis, and etc. So all that stuff help to build balanced teams, so do not like overcomplicate the staffing, make it more flexible, because we'll have less roles, but still will be able to deliver on the high quality of the products. And if we're talking about the quality engineering, this is on this slide. So what is like a native quality engineer? So it's short, and easy. It's embedding of AI through that software lifecycle. On this schema, you can see that it's typical pipeline of the QA engineer, like from user story qualification till that reporting about the great success of test automation, of that sprint sign off, and etc. And in green, at least, you can see that's how at the first stage it can be or should be even augmented by AI. Starting even from the beginning, so without great or validated input, like requirements or acceptance criteria, whatever, it's not so easy then to use AI, to create the great code, or create the sophisticated test cases. That's why it's better to start left, shift left, that AI embedding your workflow. So the key is shared ownership, Dev and QA work like and also work together, and actually from the life cycle, and by having that, that wipe coding capabilities, so quality assurance engineers can take some ownership from development. And we have that great examples from like multiple projects where our testers, for example, fix the issues, which get from the production, or they also recognized by the regression or functional testing. In addition to that, they can even implement some new capabilities. Just imagine you have the page well defined by developers, but we would like to add additional button or the table. And again, by having that white coding capabilities, so because the QA understand how application should work, it means that when they ask AI to like implement code, they can easy to validate it's implemented well or not, so the same story for the fixing issues. That's why the AI on this area, like again, help build that AI native persons who like distribute the work to left shift and right shift of the testing stuff. Okay, let's proceed. On this slide, I try to unite who is that AI native QA persona, so in general, so based on the previous slides, and this is like a statement, so AI native QA is like the people who control coverage and traceability, orchestrate continuous test suites, and make risk-based decision about manual versus automation testing. Again, expertise is crucial, because on each stage of that AI augmentation, it should be human in the loop and validate and share the expertise, because the AI cannot take that ownership for sure. And we still need them to make that work done. So ultimately, they're responsible for product quality, using that AI to make that testing faster, for sure, cheaper and better. This is base principles. So we can move forward and maybe see from the practical standpoint, how it looks like of that GenAI adoption and how it actually start transforming your work to this AI native conception. So first of all, for sure, like theory and fundamentals. So please use that open source stuff and then understand how it's possible, how to augment by AI your work. So before that, just check what is like AI, what is Gen AI. Then let's step forward to that some fundamentals like prompt engineering for general stuff. Once you're done with the prompt engineering, again, it's a step forward to the quality engineering and understand the best practice and approaches how to adopt that AI toolset on the market trends that we have on the market trends on your duties. And I also provided some QR codes for the Coursera with some tailored quality assurance stuff and playlist, which can help you with the start. For the advanced users, when you start building some prompt-based stuff, you're very excited to use the ChatGPT or whatever, then agentic framework step in. And would be great to start with that Copilot stuff, then with some agentic platforms, which will help you definitely to cover all the flows that I just mentioned in the previous stuff. And that information can be found on that Udemy, and Microsoft have very excited trainings about the AI agents for the beginners. So they have that agentic mode in the Copilot courses, and for sure for advanced users. So if you prefer something from Google, okay, the Vertex AI also can be start point or the Gemini stuff, which they advertise aggressively right now. So when you know the fundamentals and would like to play with that, for sure, please embed that into your existing workflows. So do not break what you have right now. So first you need to understand your repetitive tasks. Maybe it's the case generation stuff, which takes more time for you. Maybe defect prediction or whatever, like functional testing itself. So I would encourage you to build your own workload distribution to identify the best areas to start. On this example, you can see that's from one of the projects. When we built some kind of indicative stuff of the one of the team, what areas they have, which time the biggest that circles takes. So more or less the team can understand, okay, that one takes the most, but it's maybe complicated to use to augment by AI. Okay, let's move to the next one, something in between, like this case authoring, or the test automation. Let's still the big circle and good for AI augmentation. So it could be like priority number 1, and then 2, 3, 4, based on the iterations that you will have and the level of augmentation you will be able to proceed. And then once you define the areas, maybe prioritize them, it would be great to move to the next stage, stage that say that despite the fact that you define the prioritized stuff, would be great to start iteratively with small pieces, so which will provide you value from the for this month, for after that implementation, so you can see that it's work, so it's bringing you the value, and in this case, it's not again not affect dramatically your workflows and your current project, that's responsibilities, let's say. On this example, on this slide, also provide some examples of that use cases that we recognize that are easy to start to prove the AI will bring value. Yeah, and then that cases should be somehow visualized in form of diagram. Yeah, again, like how it should be work or how it work in real life. Yeah, like by your hands. Like if you talking about the test cases, okay, let's implement the diagram. How you get from that, open the Jira, yes, so understand the epic or the user stories, yes, so then you have that some kind of best practice in the knowledge base that you need to follow. Then you have the specification from the another place, yes, so in that by schema need to be like iteratively visualized, yeah. That will help you then to build some solution based on that, using that tool set that available on the market, and then prove that. So again, based on this example, you can see that we have seen that 20-30% of the productivity gain, and we expect like 30-60% of boost of test automation creation just after the pilot we implemented. So the next part, it's some kind of governance and compliance. Yeah, before you use some kind of AI, you need to understand, is it possible or not? Allow your client or the product team use that AI, or if they allow, what type or what level of AI you can use. Like you can just prompt something in isolation, yeah, or you have that your personal, that's cloud service which provide you some capabilities that release you to do some more creative stuff. So some best practice like acceptable use of generative AI will help with that, as well as that if you like advanced user and would like to build or extend some tools and capabilities, would be great to look at the AI Factory handbooks that available on the market, which help to build sophisticated platform or solutions, which with some that's framework areas that will help you to measure success, like to measure adoption value and etc. Please use this is like important stuff, let's say. What else? If you start building something, yeah, and you see that it's provide value, it's for sure good to have that monitoring stuff. So again, this is crucial. Yeah, continuous monitoring and iteration is a key. So you need to track that AI performance and that AI impact, and adjust models like workflows or the framework that you use for that, based on human in the loop on feedbacks and on that metrics. Yeah, so use the GenAI adoption metrics to measure that real value, not just how AI cool or not, like do that stuff instead of you. Yeah. So the ultimate goal is to release your time to do more creatively work. Yeah, to create some new stuff rather than routine. Need to be delegated to the AI. So the telemetry from the tool sets. Yeah. So the popular tool have telemetry and some governance metrics which you already collecting, or you need to start to collect, at least to measure the time that you spend right now and after. Will help you to deliver that really valuable outcome that expected from the business. So let's move forward. Another story, it's like toolset, and I would like to maybe briefly suggest something to use. Yeah. Again, on the market, there are a lot of toolset. Yeah, so we have something that very excited but very complicated. So some kind of prompt-based chats, till that's agentic frameworks that provide you to build super mega excited pipelines, decision-based flows, and the tools that everyone can learn based on the feedback that you provide, and even update the flows that it separates. Yeah, I would recommend to start with something that very easy to to use, and very easy to start. And on this schema, you can see that the Copilot, the cursor will serve in a good position. Even if we're talking about the quality assurance, some of them have a web interface, so you're able to work that with Copilot, for example, and start doing with some regular stuff. It's maybe even better for test automation guys because they have ideas and they can embed that assistance inside the ideas, and then based on the capabilities, so they have that agentic modes where you're able to connect to your preferred interface through the MCPs and start doing, for example, test automation or any other stuff like execution tests, like aggregation of the reports, and etc. Maybe later, so when multiple teams will be AI augmented, so they need to interconnect, and you need to have some complicated flows that need to be implemented, maybe to do some even stuff before it came to the quality assurance or before it came to test automation. On this step, it would be great to think about that agentic frameworks, and also that's some of them are presented on the list. Some of them are built by EDPAM, some of them are available on the market. So it's up to you to decide. But again, start with the easiest stuff and get the value immediately, let's say, especially that Copilot, you can spend like some hours to like up and running rather than weeks or months with that agentic platforms to understand how it's works. So I would also like to share some kind of TrueWorks radar link, which will help you to find the tools that already pass some kind of incubation period, and they're ready to be adopted. So you don't need to scare about the maturity. So that TrueWorks radar help you with the choice. So when you Google something or you see that's on the trainings, like some tools, like let's use that, let's use this. So you can just open the adoption radar and double check what is better in terms of community, in terms of support, in terms of expertise done for the particular tool set. Let's proceed. And the some slides, let's call it like call to action. This one is from our engineering excellence team. It's like formula of the success. But you need to be sure that nobody did like the full data AI native stuff, like from the point 1 to point like last year for each areas of the SDLC. That's why multiple teams, vendors, tools like build some agentic stuff in parallel and etc. to develop that. And it means that the guys actually do that adoption, do this piloting, and actually develop that great stories, let's say. So, and you need to do the practice for sure. So you need to take a look on the solutions use on your real project, like in the deliverables. You implement some concept, I don't know, pilots, and achieve some MVP stuff. Small areas, like let's start with this case creation. Then maybe you will be with the Copilot and we'll start the test case automation by using the vibe coding. And for example, play right MCP is good with the first steps. Let's say. Then learning. So again, a lot of stuff on the market, like hundreds or thousands of trainings, what I need to use for particular area or what particular my case, and etc. For sure, it would be great to find some coaches or mentors, like who can guide you to this, the path, to find the best path, like or easiest path to to learn the necessary stuff. But again, we have the power instruments like even that AI stuff, you just can double check what is better for me, like to do that stuff, from what I need to start. And together you can build some suggestions, to follow, and then, so learn, repeat, and update your stuff. So human in the loop should be always with you, and the solution should be continuously improving. So we don't have that some kind of done stuff, and you once you implement that, you can forget about how to done it for years. So it will be continuously required of the updates of the solution that you have, and it's good. When you achieve some percent of the productivity, let's say, the market and capability will help you to achieve even more and more. This is the goal. So, and one day, all that stuff that should be augmented by AI will be done by yourself for sure. In addition, so there are some slides again to provide some kind of indicative path how to build your career, let's say, and transform to the AI native from that very beginning, starting from basic prompt engineering skills, and then go to this some kind of AI assisted stuff. Then we call it AI run. It's some programs connected with that advanced platforms that will help you to build, polish, and update agents, which will play a role of the assistant for you, and that agents can be implemented as a complicated flows, which will interact with different areas, to fully automate the duties, from this requirements classification to the report generation. So our job will transform from just gatekeeper to this validator or validation stuff, and then doing something real creative, while the rest will be automated. So what else? It's pretty it, So I believe that we have questions now. We can discuss.
Wow, that was really cool and interesting. Our audience has a few questions on the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Ahar, the first question: how do AI native teams use data and feedback for continuous improvement of their products and processes?
Okay, good question. So actually, EPAM AI native teams that follow with that structured approach, let's say, we call it AI run framework, which include that performance measurement, as a key pillar for establishing that metrics and benchmarks. So and that continuous improvement program should be in the loop for sure, and they actually rely on data-driven feedbacks, to refine models, to update workflows and the tools. If we're talking about the maybe key practice, so one of them, it's autonomous improvements loops, let's say, when that agents observe data from the source code, and operation telemetry, etc., and get the feedback from the people, and create self-correction systems, let's say. Also, the good practice, when application is provided for the beta testers, and for real developers, real users, so it's post-launch feedback. Unlike the traditional software, they use the GenAI models and actually take a look at that after deployment. Teams collect that user interaction logs, model, performance trace, and whatever, and then again adopt the application under test, let's say. Something like this, pretty easy.
I agree with you. Next question. What tools and platforms are most effective for supporting the full cycle of an AI native team's work, from design to bug fixing?
Actually, there is no any platform that cover the whole, which I mentioned before. When the people don't have the full cycle of AI augmentation for the SDLC. So the EPAM we have for sure multiple areas where we already done quite success with that development, augmentation, testing, like interconnection with all that stuff. And from another side, we have that some use cases that true works from the beginning. Yeah, from authoring of generation of the user story, still implementation of the functionality and pushing that to the Git. Yeah, but there are a lot of some other stuff that need to be done. Yes, so preparing some test data, which again can be done by and from different projects done it's by AI. Some of them need to have that report stuff, maybe more sophisticated and have multiple iterations. That's why for sure we still need to have that multi stages approach here, and we need to have that multiple tools to help with that. I will say that's an easy way to start with that Copilot, GitHub Copilot with some kind of serve codex. You can use the codex for test, maybe try to do the test automation. Again, a codex is open source agent provided by AWS, yeah, and also you can use it for that many tasks, let's say, yeah. So then, if you would like to connect different areas, yeah, or maybe have single governance about that, so you can use some kind of agentic frameworks, yeah. Maybe some more or less good, like again, you can start with that Copilot and use it at agentic mode, plus connect that different MCPs which release you to prepare some kind of prompt-based agents, even flow-based agent on the Copilot, and then do some complicated flows. Then you can use some kind of Microsoft Pure Stack, like for the development and testing, and then business analysis. Probably would be great to have, and if you have that Microsoft infrastructure, let's say, yeah, so with Power Automate, all that stuff, and the Azure DevOps, like Azure Wiki, etc. So you can use OpenAI, Microsoft Azure Copilot Studio, yeah, so which will help you to build some kind of agentic framework and use Power Automate for the flow-based agents, let's say. If you use Google, we go to the Vertex AI or that Gemini, which is like on top of that Vertex. That Vertex use it for for these agentic capabilities. And if you are the EPAM, we have that some agentic frameworks in place. It's Project Alita. You can read it at alita.ai, or the CodeMe platform. In both of them very similar and provide some similar services. That's it.
Oh, excellent. And the last question, what are the main challenges AI native teams face when building and maintaining end-to-end processes from design to bug fixing, and how can they be effectively overcome?
Yeah, thank you. A very popular question, I believe. First of all, for sure, it's like the people need to be transformed. Yeah, the mind, yeah, need to think different. Yeah, so the AI not get work from us. It's give us some more opportunities. So the first challenge is like organization resistance. Yes, so team resist, like change to the unfamiliar workflows or limited trainings, whatever. Yeah, and maybe as a suggestion, which I mentioned, it could be like so iteratively. Yeah, so do not provide some dramatical update for the whole product that you develop. Yeah, let's start with small stuff, validate outcomes, like which visualize that you have that that you give business value from that, yeah, and then scale gradually. This is the path how to survive and then speed up the GenAI adoption. Another one may be integration issues here. So that AI tools may be often lack of seamless integration with existing ideas or pipelines, whatever, and you have the different capabilities to work with. That's why good to understand what we have on the market. Yeah, so use the TrueWork Radar and probably use some kind of popular frameworks that Microsoft Copilot, AI orchestration framework for that smooth adoption. What else? That measure ROI, maybe that can be a problem because something need to be measured here to get the success. So as a new way of working, yeah, it's hard to qualify the impact without that baselining KPIs. Yeah, so that's why it's crucial to implement some kind of feedback loop. Yeah, and that's some kind of performance dashboards to understand where you were before you before you start the AI, and then during and after. Yeah. So then it will help you to calculate even ROI, and then move forward to the other areas to augment. Not all of them like connected with ROI. Yeah. So if you will augment something for one people for very maybe unregular task, for example, the duplicate of the issues. Yeah, like it's like a single action, but maybe if you have thousands of the tickets, it will bring you the business value. Yeah, not like you will not be faster or you will not be cheaper, but your quality of the product on the future regression testing will be easier. Yeah, because you don't need to recheck that a lot of stuff. Yeah, the same way we can talk about the test cases, for example, and the test automation code when you would like to duplicate that, and the AI can help with that to reduce your scope of regression, let's say, by using that deduplication approach. What else? Quality and security may be risks. Yeah, so AI generate the code and can introduce some like vulnerabilities. For this reason, so again, you need to use the proof tools and allow tools in your organization. Yeah, and but before that, you need to define that clear policies, like how to use that AI and how to make it transparency. And everyone on your group should read it, like sign and follow. This will help you to more or less be safe with that governance and security risks. Hope I answered the questions. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Guys, if your questions weren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Ihar, thank you for your brilliant presentation, valuable ideas, and insightful answers. Your contribution to the development of test automation and your strategic vision inspire conference participants and set new benchmarks for the entire industry. Thank you for sharing your experience and helping the professional community grow and move forward. And now, let's welcome Azat and his Kahoot. Azat, move on.
Yep, thank you, Aya. Hello, everyone again. Let me share the link where you can join the game. Okay, I see the first participant already joined. And again, if Gregory is here with us, could you please contact us by email or by social media? Because we couldn't save your email yesterday. We want to award you with a prize, so I hope you hear us. And for those who are joining the game today, there is a prize for the top winner of the game. So you have something to win, to battle for. Okay, let's wait just a couple of minutes so everyone can join. Okay, it's already 55 people joined. You still have the chance to join the game, so please use this link or use the pin code. Oh, by the way, for those who joined and here with us, we also have a contest in our social media. All the links are shared in the chat. So Kahoot is not the only way to get your prize, but you also can join and join our contest in social media and have a chance to win some prizes there as well. Okay, I see people are still joining. I like these pictures for our participants. Looks like they all are unique. Okay, Lana joined. Aidan joined. Okay. For those who just joined, I just want to remind and tell you that we have a prizes for each winner in the games. So it's the first game. One more game will take place tomorrow. So you still have 2 chances to win a prize. Okay, 71 people. Okay, and before we start the game, I want to remind you our game rules. So let's start with the rules. It's our 4th game on QAHub Global Conference. And this game is about prompt engineering. So here on this Kahoot, we will talk about prompts, how to compose them, and I will tell you about 10 frameworks, and I will give you 10 tasks to compose or build 10 prompts according to these 10 frameworks. So for those who already know them, it's just one more chance to practice prompt engineering, and for those who don't know these frameworks, you will learn something new today. So it's win-win situation for all of us. And to compose or build each prompt, you will have 1 minute. And the faster you compose your prompt, the correct prompt, the more points you will get. And the one who scores the most points in the end is the winner. And for this winner, we have our prize. Okay, I hope it's going to be not very hard. So let's start from the first framework. So the first is called APE framework, where APE is for action, where you define job to be done. P is for purpose, where you mention your goal, and E for execution, where you describe the outcome you want. Now you will be given 3 parts of prompt, and you have to place them in the correct order according to this framework, APE. So let's try for the first one. Create a prompt using APE framework. So please order these parts of the prompt in the correct order. Action on the top, purpose in the middle, and execution at the bottom. I think for this quiz we should award the greatest prize because it's not so easy actually. Okay, 5 seconds left. Okay, I see most of you were correct. Well, right, that's great. Right, test cases for a new feature release. The goal is to ensure comprehensive coverage of the feature, and the desired outcome is set of well-documented pass-fail test cases. That's the correct order. Okay. On the first place is Yuli. Okay. I hope you've got the idea, so let's move on to the next one. The next one is a race framework. R is for role. You specify role. A for action, mention action needed. C for context, where you provide background information. And E for explanation, where you describe your outcome. Pay attention, this prompt consists of 4 parts. So you need to you need to compose your prompt from 4 parts. Okay, create a prompt using race framework. Okay, already 50 answers count, but you still have 30 seconds. Okay, 10 seconds left. Okay, the same result as for previous question. Okay, 57 people were right. Let's move on. Yuli still on the top. Okay. Next framework. It's called BAB, where B is for before, where you describe the current problem you faced. A is for after, where you envision the desired outcome and what it would look like. And B is for bridge, where you connect the problem to the solution through your product or service. Yeah, maybe it sounds kind of confusing, but let's see on the framework and at the prompt. I hope after that it would be clear. Okay, so compose a prompt using BAB framework. Okay, 30 seconds left. Answers are coming. 3, 2, 1. Yes, the correct way is to build this prompt was bugs flipping into production, causing costly errors. That's the situation before. After, we want every release to be stable, reliable, and user approved. And the bridge is, how can I ensure zero defect deployments every time? Okay, let's move on. Okay, Nico on the first place now. Let's check the other one. ACE framework. A is for audience, where you define who the content is for, including tone, language, profession. Context is for establishing purpose, brand voice, goals, inspiration, or references. And E for execution, where you instruct how to structure, generate, and refine creative output. So as you can see, this framework is designed for some letters, so some content. So let's check the prompt that you need to build. Create a prompt using ACE framework. Okay, 30 seconds left. I believe most of us are already using ChatGPT to write an email or something else, and that framework would be very helpful. Okay, 45 people were correct. So the correct order is compose an email for software testing specialist in a professional tone. Purpose is to inform and engage in global conference. And execution is structure the email with hook, value, details, and clear call to action. Okay, let's see. Okay, Sabina on the first place now. Okay, let's check the other framework is RISE. So R for role, where you specify roles that the AI should adopt. I for instruction, the clear directive about what task to perform. S for specifics, the precise details and parameters for completing the task. And E for examples, not for execution as in previous examples. So it's examples like samples, outputs, or references that illustrate the desired result. I hope it's not very confusing. Let's check our prompt that consists of 4 parts. So, compose a prompt using this RISE framework. Okay, 10 seconds left. Two, one. Yes, and that was not very easy. I can see by the numbers of correct answers. So the correct order is act as a senior QA engineer with a deep testing expertise. Explain the key software testing concepts in simple terms. Use real-world examples and keep the explanation under 200 words and follow the styles of Minister of Testing or Guru 99 article. So these is for examples. Okay, let's see our scoreboard. Sabine on the first place. Okay. The next one is error framework. E for expertise, the specifics, this specific knowledge domain or skill set the AI should use. R for request, the clear statement of what you want the AI to accomplish, and A for approach, the specific methodology, structure, or process the AI should follow. I hope it would be not so hard as previous one. Okay, compose prompt using error framework consisting of 3 parts. Okay, 20 seconds left. Three, two, and 1. Okay, it was not so hard. 62 people were right. So yeah, apply expert knowledge in software testing, write an informative overview, and use a clear structure with examples, benefits, and key tools explained. That's the correct order. Let's move on to the next one. The next framework is IDEA, where I for identify, clearly state the problem, D for define, where you provide relevant background, goals, context, and constraints, E for explore, where you request diverse creative solutions and divergent thinking, and A for act, where you select, prioritize, and develop implementation strategies. Okay, let's try this framework. These consist of 4 parts. Okay, I can see that was not so obvious, but the correct way was for identify, find ways to improve accuracy in automated software testing, for then explain testing tools, create team goals and project time constraint, suggest innovative frameworks or methods to enhance test reliability, and then recommend actionable steps to implement and monitor improvements. I see 19 people could compose this difficult framework. Okay, let's move on. The next one is AIM framework. A is for audience, identify who will read or consume the content. I for input, where you provide key details, themes, tones, statistics, examples to incorporate. And M for method, where you specify how to format, structure, or deliver the content. Okay, I hope it would be not so hard. So create a prompt using a AIM framework. Hmm, 30 seconds left. Yes, most of you were right. The correct order is address software testers, explain the challenge in ETL testing, and compose a friendly, concise email. Okay, let's see our scoreboard. No updates here. Okay, let's move on. And the next framework is called STEP, S for state, where you clearly define your goal or objective. T is for tailor, where you provide specific details like budget, timeline, competitors. E for evaluate, where you request analysis of trends, strategies, or past results. And P for plan, to get actionable steps, recommendations, or implementations. Let's see. Build a prompt using STEP framework. Okay, 30 seconds left. Okay, I see it was a hard one because 19 people were right and could compose the prompt. Okay, let's see our scoreboard. There are some updates, and let's check our last framework, if I'm not mistaken. It's tag framework, where T is for task, where you define the specific action or objective the AI should accomplish. A for audience, where you specify the intended recipient or users of the AI's output. And G for guardrails, set explicit constraints, requirements, or quality standards. Okay, let's check it. Create a prompt using tag framework. Okay, 30 seconds left. And that's the last question. Three, two, one. Okay, so the correct order was create a step-by-step guide, The audience is non-technical senior citizens and use simple language, including screenshot, limit to 5 steps maximum. Okay, let's see who is the winner of this game. Third place, Ganesh. Congratulations. On the second place, Sabina. And the winner is Nim. Yeah, I hope you learned something new today, guys, and I hope it was useful and fun. So that's it from me. See you later. And now, Alim, over to you.
Guys, how was Kahoot? Do you like it? I'm sure you do. Subscribe to our social networks. We've got tons of cool content. And don't miss our awesome challenge on social. Check out our pages for all the details and jump in on the fun. Well, and finally, please welcome our next popular and expert speaker, the head of the quality engineering practice in Ukraine and Central Eastern Europe. With over 15 years of experience in software development and 8 years of managing testing at EPAM, she successfully delivers large projects, builds multi-team agile structures, implements automation, and improves business analysis process. So a bright star in the sky and simply a beautiful woman, meet Marina Didkovska. And surprise, experienced product manager with a strong track record across multiple industries, skilled in driving product strategy, leading teams, and delivering innovative user-focused solutions. Meet Yegor Patoka. Marina and Yegor, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
And I'm really happy to be here with you, together with Igor. And I assume that together with Igor, we have a lot of talks last couple of weeks, but do you know the biggest difference between product managers and testers? Yeah, we have testing karma. And usually we are paid for it. But today, testing karma is playing a little bit against me. That is why I'm without camera, because, testing karma is testing karma. Guys, but I assume that all the facial expressions that you are missing from my part would be done by Yegor. So, surprise, yeah. It was not expected. But, sometimes when you decide to provide talk during your vacation, you have potentially some issues, but at least I hope that network would be great. So we are quite happy that, if I'm not mistaken, we are the last speakers for the great conference. And we will talk today about dark side of AI metric. Now, yeah, potentially someone would believe that metric can have some not dark side, but let us, again, we were already presented. During this year, we have done with Igor several events with AI to create AI agents, both for testing, for SDLC, and for business. And also we work together on the same account, Philips. Igor, please, couple of words.
Yeah, hi everyone. Happy to be the part of this QA celebration today. I've been with EPAM for the last 10 years, and business analysis and product management is something I do for a living. Indeed, we had really a lot of journey and fun with Marina working on the solutions that she had listed just now. And we definitely have some funny and not so funny things to share.
Of course, we assume that it's funny for us. Why? Because maybe the biggest question that we get during this year, and I assume that we would have the same question next year, would AI replace me? Yeah, from testers, from business analysts, from developers, etc., etc. So let's brainstorm, let's discuss. But as I have already mentioned, today we will talk about dark side of metrics. Do you remember the time when we had kind of battles and we were discussing with our team members, with our customers, what is the best way to measure our success? Oh yeah, our dear old cozy world. At that time, we assumed that is bug leakage really the best option? Or, for example, we should talk about some test coverage. We were asking ourselves, can we have our favorite metrics or not? And I would say I had that guilty pleasure. I had and still have two favorite metrics, like lean time, how long should it take to make our customers happy, and bug age, like how long do we keep our customers unhappy? And now we understand that potentially it was kind of sandbox, only playground for the actual challenges and problems. During this year, we, as I have already mentioned, had several events to create AI agent. And one of them, the first, was, and I hope that you have participated in. If no, next time, definitely do it. We were doing global hackathon for testing practice dedicated to automation of AI agent testing. So the expectations were quite easy. We were expecting that different teams would try their ideas how this agent could be tested in not a manual but automated way. And we provided set of agents. One of such agent actually was traditional agents that we all have or we have tried to create test cases. And the task was to create kind of optimal test cases. Maybe it's tricky a little bit. What is optimal? Optimal coverage, optimal velocity. So, can you imagine our, let me call it surprise, when one of the solutions that aim to test this agent actually optimize the process, and with the help of this AI agent, deleted more than half of the JIRA. Yeah, of course. Less JIRA items, more test cases, everything is brilliant. But I assume that despite the fact that we can call it optimization, this result was not something expected. But agent actually was working, just in parallel. It was actually killing your backlog. Surprise, surprise. The next point, maybe my favorite. Agent. The idea behind agent was to create unit tests. Okay, we mock the data, we set the stage to test each function, every page. From edge cases to the norm, unit tests keep our code informed. So instead of actual unit tests, our AI agent started to create poems for them. Expected, unexpected results. Yeah, a lot of fun, I would say. Great added value for the team. Actually, how can we measure success in this situation? Yeah. And we have huge amount of such examples. One of my really favorite example, several years ago, I was part of our lab. And always I was saying that good tester should be lazy. It would help you to find some really cool optimal solution. Potentially, our AI agents inherit our behavior. So potentially we prompt them in such a way. The task was AI agent should enrich test cases with some data from knowledge base if these data are in knowledge base. No KB, no problem. So KB just went down, no connection, no possibility to check, no items to enrich. So actually test pass. But what about the traditional metrics that can measure it? And I'm happy to pass the floor right now to Igor, and he would share some great examples from our AI-focused event. Enjoy. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Marina. So another event that Marina is referring to was another celebration of artificial intelligence in Ukraine, so-called AI Marathon. A lot of participants, like 500 people, EPAMers, were participating in this great event, 87 teams. And the main intention was not only to improve our skills in creating AI solutions, but also create some solution that address real customer cases. So as a result, we could sell that to our customers, right? Offer that to them, and maybe if they have potential of referential solution, that could be offered to multiple of our customers in this specific industry. So one of the cases was a pharmacy assistant, and the idea behind it was to provide the recommendations for pharmacists to with recommendations about medicine of another producer or of the same effect which is being asked by the walk-in customer in the pharmacy. Also, maybe something might be out of stock, but still provide some alternatives so that it can be offered to the walk-in customer. And basically, this solution that you're screenshot of which you're seeing right now was one of the finalists. And that means that this solution was passed a lot of assessment and evaluation. So it's engineeringly, from engineering standpoint, it's perfect. It passed also some business viability review. However, during the finale, it appeared to recommend oxycodone as the just a regular pain reliever alternative to ibuprofen or aspirin. So for those who doesn't know, oxycodone is a very strong pain reliever, which is usually used after surgery, like really difficult and large surgery for relieving and after that. So it's not possible to walk in and buy oxycodone. So you have to, first of all, you have to appear in a specialty pharmacy for that. And also you need to have a prescription that strongly recommends this specific medicine with a specific dosage. And if you're missing the dosage, then you may appear to be killed or dead because it has really strong effect on your organism. So, and also it's worth mentioning that it has high potential of addiction. So there are a lot of addicts on oxycodone specifically. So another case which is worth of attention in terms of this conference is marketing content generator. So basically the team has produced the agentic workflow helping to create the marketing content to maintain these concise and reliable messaging to customers through different channels like social media or external promotion and many others. And as you can see here, they did really great job because it produces the screenshot of the medicine. It has the messaging there, listing the benefits, call to action button, but and again, from requirement standpoint, everything works perfectly. From quality standpoint, everything works perfectly. And it also takes into account all the regulations like HIPAA, FDA, and others. But there is a small issue which is circled with red, is that it offers a 20% off for the first purchase. It's okay if you are selling, let's say, food supplement, which is not a prescriptive medicine. But if it's a prescriptive medicine like antihistamine, like Claritin, it's completely prohibited. So imagine you are walking into some pharmacy and they suggest you to buy Claritin with 20% off for your first purchase, or because it's a Black Friday. And basically, if the team has just Googled or prompted like some regulations in this medicine promotion, then it could give you a glance of a more requirements which were not specifically and directly communicated by the customer. But here we can see that this solution cannot be adopted by the customer and by our customer, by our client. And unfortunately, this team didn't pass our shortlisting. The next item is kind of more complex, so it's also a real case. It comes from the product manager from my team. So he's working on, continues working on the chatbot in Telescope that helps to improve your CV completeness. So you can find the new project faster and more efficient if you appear in the bench. And for the sake of cost saving, he used an older version of LLM to save some costs and tokens and all of that. So how big the surprise was after a few, tests, a few, plays with the prompts and with the model, when he appeared to spend all the possible budget for tokens he was granted. And after a short investigation, it appeared that every space in this specific prompt that you can see on the screen was tokenized. And after, again, another research, he found out that the previous LLM had a bad-shaped tokenizer. And despite it's a more cheaper option, still a latest version of model would have saved him much more cost than the older version. So that's why we also need to think about not only delivering requirements and ensuring quality of the code of the solution against those requirements, but also making sure that we are not creating another cost implication or creating another headache for our customer business. So AI might appear to be a loser wheel even if after we are measuring every aspect of its quality, if we are delivering all the requirements which was specifically communicated by the customer. Because every time it's a surprise when you may appear with killed Jira or Confluence or killed some of your patients after like wrong and misrecommendation by your agentic AI solution. But there are some ways of and metrics that may help us to increase our chances of client business of winning in this AI and cost optimization challenge. Marina, back to you.
With pleasure. And I would say that actually, you have started to talk about cost optimization, about efficiency. Actually, being quite a while, I would say, already in the field of testing, automation testing, I have seen many ways, like, we need to calculate ROI. Then at some moment we stop to be so passionate about ROI. Then again, then stop. So waves of cost optimization. And what can I say about AI? At least at the beginning, tokenizer and all the financial calculators, they should become your best friends. Yeah, sometimes frenemy, not really the best friend, because they would kill sometimes your best intentions, your favorite ideas, your favorite toys, etc., etc. When Igor was talking about the example that we have shown on the slide, I would like to share one more. On one of our big accounts, we have created really, really cool AI agent. Actually, at the beginning, without any side effect, with guardrails, and it was properly tested. Surprise, surprise. And the idea behind it was to integrate the results of non-functional testing into one report, because previously it took up to 5, even 7 business days for our customers to integrate everything, and they were heavily understaffed to do it. So we have done it. Surprise! They were excited, and they have even shown it to the leadership board, to the C-level. So guys, actually, yeah, that's about customer centricity. You can show results to the C-level. But at the next stage, they decided to integrate more and more and more into information and sources into this wonderful agent. Thanks God, it was kind of part of our culture. We calculated how much would it cost every iteration. And you know that at some moment, with all these, yes, guys, actually partly gold plating, the cost of every report reached 70 USD per item. Oops, that's already kind of a little bit expensive. Yes, from one point of view, we have 5 days versus 3 hours. And as the next stage, actually, we were reducing the amount of LLM usage in our solution. And we were analyzing what could be replaced with kind of traditional solution with different Python libraries and so on to reduce the cost and not to explode. That's again about quality. Because, you know, quality in this new reality would be so multidimensional. But okay, it's already spoiler. Let me go to the next slide. As I have already previously discussed with you, or mentally discussed, because only I'm talking right now with Igor. Yeah, our world was funny, nice. We were talking about bugs, the severity, the amount of bugs, defect leakage, production, different types of coverages, and so on and so on. I'm already missing these times, because with AI agents, we would have actually incredible amount of metrics. But let's start from the very beginning. Even if we put aside agent itself, yeah, you know already that with the help of agent, actually, we can kill Jira and sometimes patients. During a marathon, we had behind the scene our favorite metric, dead body counter. Every improper recommendation that can cause several problems for human being, we were like, okay, AI killed potentially someone. And it's not a joke. And actually, you assume that maybe we are exaggerating. We would write it all in a big red letters, just for all of us to know that it's great technology. That's awesome technology, but we should understand it properly and to measure success properly. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. So let's make this step back and let's think a little bit even about AI models. Okay, I assume that you all be sometimes got into the position and say, oh, the system hallucinate. The system is not so confident in the next, I would say, sentence, solution, token. Token is the most correct item. So on the market, metric exists that is called perplexity. And actually it is about confidence level. Is your model certain or uncertain in predicting of the next token? Lower perplexity, better prediction. Yeah, so we need to understand, is our sequence actually not just correct, but are we confident in that result or not? So my idea right now is to push you in this new reality a little bit wider metrics than other items. I don't know, it's a kind of really traditional way for me to use AI to summarize some emails, meetings definitely, transcripts, and so on and so on. So you put everything in Copilot, any other system, and you try to grab the summary. So we have here Rouge score. Yeah. Is this summarization good enough? Yeah. So this metric is focused on recall of important content. Tricky question. What is important? What is not important? Because for some systems, the important thing would be things that is repeated many times. From other point of view, I have my favorite example from my customer when he was like, okay, we have huge email thread and seems that we are on the same page, but have you seen that small sentence from our main solution architect who actually with one sentence crossed all the idea? That is why. What would be the real value from this metric and how to measure success in the game of summarization? The next task. Oh, I assume that a couple of days ago we had the deadline, to finish performance feedback. And we've all, at least I hope so, we were creating feedback. Actually, I understand that we are recording the conference, but I would say it. How do I do it? So usually the first feedback I create absolutely manually, and I shape my style. Then I voice over for next colleagues item, the first item, the second, the third, and the fourth for extended feedback, and ask the system to shape and reshape it according to my style. So actually, I'm asking the system to plagiarize myself. No issues from legal point of view, but the quality is the question right now. And in order to check such results on the market, we would grab blue score metric. So, and I assume that you already understand what I'm talking about, that even despite the fact that three mentioned tasks are text-to-text transformation, metrics are actually different. What would we say about image generation from text? Yeah, we need separate metrics that would help us to compare feature of generated image versus real image, and it is FID metric. Okay, one more metric. Let's continue our story. What is still the best option to check and recheck something? Human in the loop. Yes, thank God, we are testers and we are paid for trust issues, guys. That's great, and it is also part of metric system. Then let's imagine situations that you use some LLM model, LLM for support bot, for chatbots, etc., etc. Would your system be robust against some confusing inputs, misleading inputs, if some, I would say, a little bit frustrated customer, you know what I mean, would misbehave with your chatbot? How system would react? Answer in the same tone and you would have legal issues? Okay. Now we talk about adversarial accuracy. So actually, can we handle trolling? Or we would be this troll? Then the next item that comes to my mind right now. How the system works with diversity. So when, for example, we have some creativity talk. Now, yeah, I'm not great fan of Let's Brainstorm with LLM, but I know that it is really popular task. So if system wouldn't propose you some diverse answers and just repeat or provide similar generated outputs, you wouldn't be quite happy. How to measure it? Yes, we have diversity metrics. Good and cool and interesting. Just keep in mind that vast majority of these metrics usually you can calculate when you have access to the preliminary training data. That would be kind of specific for commercial models. So we have a lot of nice challenges and definitely computational efficiency. We have already discussed it. Igor started this item. I have continued. So how fast our system would burn our money. So money, thirsty. So metrics are quite different, and I would be happy to pass the floor right now to Igor and to continue the discussion about the variety of metrics, because potentially you assume that everything is so easy.
No, definitely not. And with this AI world, it's completely not easy. As for me, right? If we are talking about metrics in terms of AI solutions tied to business, right? To business needs, to business cases. There's also a large variety of different things that you might want to measure. But before you do that, of course, it's very important to mind the business acumen and domain specifics, right? You should be aware, at least on the basic level, of what is industry about, right? Like if you're working in healthcare or oil and gas or financial services and all of that. So you need to be aware of what are the main drivers, what are the main challenges, metrics again that measure the entire business which its participants are pursuing. So, for example, you might appear in a situation when you realize that specifically selected model LLM is not suitable for the tasks you are letting them solve for you, right? So there are metrics that will measure the accuracy, right, of the selected model for specific tasks. Also, there might be such cases when it's really impactful for the business to have a bad prediction, bad recommendation from a Gen AI solution. And like in an example with Exicodon, you can see that the misrecommendation might be impactful to patient safety, which is really sensitive and very important topic for entire healthcare and life science industry. Also, you might want to stress your agentic solution. For example, if you're working in really kind of dynamic environments where you have a lot of different and unstructured data, and usually your solutions are being tested and stressed against the test sample, but when it comes to like marketing or sales or for example, some certain e-commerce solutions, right? You may need to verify whether your agentic solution is tolerant to the new data inputs and provides the same level of quality in the answers and responses that the solution gives. If we are talking, for example, in financial services and healthcare, it's really important for any solution, not just for agentic, but any software, to have an ability to trace and audit any specific action, any specific decision that has been made inside of the software, because when it comes to any impact to, for example, to patient safety, you need to trace how specific appearance, how specific function has been performed, right? And the same concerns the agent and its decisions that it makes. So you need to be able to trace how specific decision has been made, how specific recommendation has been generated, because without that, you cannot implement this in any healthcare or life science solution. We already touched base that on efficiency and operational metrics. Again, you need to be aware of the power usage and efficiency of budgets that is being used for maintaining the GenAI solution. You also need to ensure if you have a dynamic environment when, for example, you have like a team of one marketer working with the content, and then you expanded that to 10, right? You need to make sure that your agentic solution can support this workload and can be easily scaled to that specific scale, right? And finally, in terms of core metrics, it's very important to mind bias and evaluate the fairness of agentic solution that you make. Us humans are known for being biased. We cannot, deny it. We are all biased, and we all have our criteria for being biased, right? And the same concerns the AI, right? We already seen a lot of examples when AI is biased towards different, dimensions, and it is really important to mitigate this as much as possible, right? And you need to also evaluate whether the responses being generated by AI is biased towards such certain dimension or not. So we shouldn't be only looking at the correctness and the solving specific business tasks, but also we need to ensure that it's not too much of bias. Really quick, the AI agent as a product metrics, basically, and this is something that you need also to pile on with things that we have just named, right? Again, learn your industry, learn your domain, learn your product. What are the objectives? What are the North Star? What is the North Star of your product? And that will help you to not only measure how efficient, how good your AI solution is, and of course qualified, but whether it also reflects and improves your business, right? So if you are working for products or solutions which are aimed at user attention, like social networks or web version of a newspaper, so you might want to pursue so-called MAU/DAU rate when you are evaluating the number of active users, the time spent on the certain page or listening for a certain music track, if you are talking about Spotify. If we are working in e-commerce where we deal with a lot of transactions, right, with purchases, we also need to make sure that our solutions are not, badly impacting the conversion rate or time to transaction. So we need to make sure that, again, it doesn't create any issues with, transactions with the desired level of metrics that and examples of which I provided here. If we work with CRM systems, for example, or EMR systems, for example, right, where we have certain tasks which are being automated and digitalized. So such things like support tickets volume, incidents, or task efficiency or task completion time should be leveraged as a metrics to measure whether our solutions are good enough to to be implemented and maybe improve some of those metrics. If we treat our product service as a product, also we need to look at customer satisfaction rate or net promoter score. So because again, especially if we are working in support, and providing trying to automate level 1 of support, we need to look at the feedback provided by the customer to see how our chatbot provides resolution to typical cases, whether those resolutions are made from the first attempt or not, whether we failed the SLA or we haven't failed that. So that's really important to know, and also important to understand that if we are working on letting the level 1 support specialists working on a specific regular and typical case, after implementing the Gen AI, we need to make sure that we don't have the same person checking after this Gen AI and after this agent and fixing things for them. And finally, again, we touched base that, but if we are talking about the platform things like backend, and we are also introducing some Gen AI capabilities there, like unit test generation or fixing SonarQube issues, we need to make sure that it doesn't impact our typical platform metrics like time to market, or if we are creating some test suite or something like that, or like CI/CD pipeline through, again, wipe coding or so, we need to make sure that we maintain the same or better platform metrics like time to market, change failure rate, and others that I have provided here in this slide. All right. So,
Hope so, but I like the idea that potentially with the help of AI, our time to market would be less than before. Okay. So yes, actually, for all the testers, for all the business analysts, guys, if you expect that tomorrow you would be replaced, actually, definitely not tomorrow. We have such a huge amount of work that even hard to believe. But what is really important here? As a tester, if you would like to keep your status quo and continue, I would say, navigation-driven testing without this deep dive into business domain, oh, that would be your personal challenge, because you wouldn't be actually capable to test AI agent, because without business domain, actually, I don't know. It's not about testing anymore. Igor, what do you think?
I dare to agree completely with you, Marina, because now when we are talking about client centricity, and this becomes like a major topic of all of the businesses in our industry, so I believe that it requires from every single employee, every single partner in our case, to beware of client business, client challenges, and test the solution not against requirements and against acceptance criteria that was outlined by a business analyst, but also against the value that specific feature delivers. So something beyond the specific Jira ticket that is being tested. And I would say that quality is still a subject of client centricity, and but the thing is that it's
actually the pillar of clients.
Yeah, one of the pillars for sure.
Yep.
And without quality, client centricity doesn't exist. So, but client centricity is not just about testing, right? It's about understanding client business. It's understanding of what is the value we are delivering. It's understanding its client advisory and leadership, and going extra miles. So extra something which is documented just in Jira ticket, but understanding much more and beyond that is just given or explicitly communicated by the customer.
Super. So we are ready and open for the questions. So,
wow, really cool and interesting. The audience has a few questions on the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Marina, our first question: how can metrics such as token cost or the amount of processed data influence decision-making and business strategies?
Actually, I can provide a really fresh example that we are working on right now. We have a dream. Yeah, for a long time, we would like to have AI agent that would help to create knowledge graph or impact analysis graph, etc., etc. And we have a negotiation process right now with one of the big accounts and a lot of stakeholders. And the first question, how much would it cost not to develop it, but to use it for first run or the operational cost, every iteration for every change? So token cost and all these items, they're actually game changer. If it would be too much, then we would keep as is and find some workarounds.
Very interesting. Next question. What examples of negative consequences from misinterpreting AI metrics can you share from your own experience?
I think I can share one of them. So it relates to SDLC. So when it was coming to improving the BA processes by introducing GenAI capabilities to generate user stories, so we had pretty well AI adoption metrics saying, "Hey, we are very good. We are AI enabled in business analysis. So cool." But again, it led to two issues. So despite we have improved the quality, the time for producing a user story for the team, we ended up in a situation when the time spent by a BA to produce a user story, to create document all the acceptance criteria, all of that, it appeared to so now the BA started fixing things after the GenAI, because there were a lot of different specifics, nuances, like I mentioned, the new data, the noise in data, right, which hasn't been encountered in the agentic solution produced for them. And another thing which goes beyond the process metrics and improvements and all of that corporate stuff is that the motivation of the team has decreased, because instead of creating stories, like making the breakdown, documenting things, and kind of, let's say, creative work for a business analyst, I can state it as a BA also, they started just reviewing job and fixing things after the GenAI, which is not so exciting and well deserved job for a nice business analyst. And they hadn't started doing nice things like discoveries or interviews with clients, more than still working on the same documentation for user stories and for the teams to work on specific features.
Oh, incredible. And the last question. How can transparency and ethics be ensured when selecting and applying metrics to evaluate AI solutions?
I believe I can pick this up, but Marina, feel free to also add your ideas here.
Please start, yeah.
Sure.
You would be the first.
I think in our previous slides we partially answered this question, right? So the first thing is that you don't need to look at one or two metrics. So you need to understand the business. Again, you need to understand the domain, and then you need to come up with the metrics that will provide you different glances on the same thing, on the same solution. And ethics and transparency can be one of them, right? So you need to figure out what are the things that will measure those those items from viability perspective, and how your product still maintains transparency and ethics. Another thing which should be leveraged, and again it comes from the product management, is listening to your customer voice. So metrics themselves may tell you one thing, but your customer, through incidents, service requests, feedback, may tell you completely different things. So you need also to take into account what is the customer saying to you through various and available channels, and then make sure and then ensure whether your metrics are lying to you and or they are actually complementing the things that's being shared in the customer voice. Marina, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm completely in, and also I would like to add about some, from one point, boring thing, from other point of view, that's also our pillar. We need to think and analyze and prepare really good test data sets to be sure that these data sets are not, I would say, non-ethical, are not really biased, and add additional data to understand how system actually works with this data. Any guardrails, any, I would say, additional mechanism that would help us really to build responsible AI that can help us operate the business and not some funny but black box that can cause a lot of risks. So we always were talking about as data and metrics that help to check the actual situation. But in the AI world, it would be even more important because I can predict a lot of legislative issues if it wouldn't be done.
Sure. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Guys, if your questions aren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Wonderful. Thank you, Marina and Yegor, for your bright and insightful presentation and informative answers. Your analysis of the complex aspects of metrics in the field of artificial intelligence helps the professional community better understand the risks and challenges associated with their use. Thank you for sharing your experience and opening new perspectives for discussion and industry development. Thank you, folks. Follow us on social media to catch all the cool stuff. Don't miss our special challenge. Stick around and join the fun. We've got awesome talks from our speakers, fun contests, and cool prizes. Thanks to everyone who joined us. Tomorrow we have 2 special guests waiting for you. See you then.
We are delighted to welcome you to the opening of the QAHub Global Conference 2025. Thank you to everyone who has joined us. Alim and Aya are here with you. What awaits you? Distinguished speakers, breakthrough cases, world-class networking. QAHub community is a global community where IT professionals come together to share knowledge, experience, and fresh ideas. Our speakers and members are from more than 80 countries. Join our social networks where you can discover all the cool things we do. And now we present our distinguished speakers, our partners, our organizing team. So, let's begin.
So this is the QAHub conference, and we are your incomparable Aya and Alim, and we are starting the third and final day of our global conference. Stay with us. It's going to be interesting, fun, and just awesome. Our awesome competition is already underway, and you've got a real chance to win great prizes by completing the contest terms. Follow us on our social media channels to learn more and join the fun. And we begin. Our special guest, straight from Australia, is an engineer who not only implements advanced technologies in testing processes, but also inspires teams to innovate. His passion for artificial intelligence helps open new horizons of efficiency, quality, and automation. Meet inspirational speaker, lead test automation engineer Animesh Mukherjee. Animesh, go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction, guys. I'm really happy to be in the conference and as a speaker. So let me present you with the AI in QA. So today, hopefully, first of all, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Animesh, I'll be presenting with you AI in QA today. So let me first introduce myself. So who am I? So as the bot already introduced me here, that I am a lead software test automation engineer working in IT industry for more than 12 years. Now, this is me when I am not actually doing any work. So I am a travel freak guy. I love to explore new countries. I have, fortunately for my work, I have visited a lot of continent and countries like Asia, Europe, and now I have been live from Australia. So travel is my passion. Today, where I will be walk you through few of the AI in QA stuff. So let me go through all the stuffs what I will be showing you today. So today I'll be showing you why we need AI in QA. And we know that AI, we cannot avoid AI. So AI is not just a buzzword today, it's real. And why do we need AI in QA? So then I'll take you through AI terminologies. And then I think everyone is hearing about MCP. The buzz MCP has been quite around for I think it is almost a quarter. And then I'll take you through two tools, like popular open source tools, which will have already implemented AI. One is Playwright, another is Cypress. They use different stuff. So I'll also walk you through few live demos where you will be seeing how the AI in action. So without any further ado, let's get started. So yeah, that's a major question now here is why we need AI in QA. So I think everyone is hearing this AI buzz for quite a lot since the invent of Chat GPT, and it's been around from there on like almost 3 years. And there has been a lot of stuff going on like vibe coding, AI agents, MCP, LLM. We are hearing a lot of buzzwords. So today I'll just show you why we need AI in QA and what AI can do in the field of QA. So as we automate test in our regression or smoke test shoot, AI is a really helpful tool, and it's been helping to speed up the QA process, doing automation, helping in automation, creating automation framework, writing the test plan, specifically all the documentation. The stability and the coverage has been really good. our productivity has been boosted with all those vibe coding stuff. I think everyone has started using Copilot, Windsurf, Cursor, those vibe coding stuff with the AI agents. It's really helpful. We can't avoid them. So this has been a really those advantage of AI in QA. So yeah, and as Uncle Ben says, with great power comes great responsibility in Spider-Man. I think everyone will be hearing that. So with AI, we need to be cautious because AI can hallucinate a lot. And throughout my using of AI, I have been seeing a lot of hallucination without any governance. I think we should not use AI. Just don't rely on AI. That will ended up in poor quality of test cases. The reliability also will not be good. And specifically, as everyone is using AI, some of the big organizations are actually developing agents on their own, but some of the organizations are using obviously the third party AI tool, which always questions the data privacy. So data privacy is one of the thing which is a question when using AI. So it's better to know the tools which you are using, do a good amount of security assessment, and then use those tools in your organization. That would be really helpful. And also what I found out that AI can do really good thing when there is a minor changes or the UI is not that complex. But in case of complex UIs, it is not really helpful. So these are all the risks if we are using AI in QA. Now let's move on. So now let's see about the terminologies in AI. So I think everyone has heard about LLMs. I think they are around for more than 3 years now since the invent of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini. So I think we all have been using those LLMs in our day-to-day life, and they are like helping a lot. So LLM stands for large language model. So I think everyone knows that LLM. So LLMs are trained on a large amount of data, and those data are actually fed to the LLMs, and they, based on the training, they will answer all of our questions. So I think this is has been used by everyone nowadays. And now those two words which you might have heard as well in your thing, like MCP, what is the model context protocol. So this model context protocol is quite new. I think last 1 year it has been helping us a really lot. So I'll be explaining in depth about MCP in my subsequent slides, and also the AI agents as well. So AI agents are actually really helpful, and there are a few AI agents have been developed by Playwright. So I'll be explaining them, and I'll walk you through them in the subsequent slides. Okay, let's start with MCP. So what is MCP? So MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. So this MCP, you can think of a USB-C hub as illustrated in this example. So what MCP is? So actually what LLM, we know, everyone knows about LLM, and we are using those LLM like Chat GPT-5, Claude Sonnet 4, and any other LLMs. So LLMs can answer our questions and based on what input we have provided. But LLMs alone cannot interact with different applications like any web browser or Slack or Gmail or any other applications. But with the help of MCP, MCP gives you the tool that those LLMs can interact with all those external applications, and then they can get the data, get the knowledge of that application, and help them solving the problem. So let's, for example, I want to like open a browser, navigate to some of the websites, and then I want to automate a scenario. So I can ask Claude Sonnet 4 that give me some test cases, or go to the website and do this. So LLM alone cannot do this kind of stuff. So it has to have support of MCP so that it can interact with the browsers, web browsers, and then it gets the logs from there, all the snapshots from there, and then it will actually get all the knowledge, and it can write the test scenarios and also write the test automation suite, which I will be showing you in subsequent examples. So this is kind of LLM. LLM is kind of a bridge between MCP is kind of a bridge between this LLM and those applications. So in some of the slides, I have seen that they are explaining LLM like MCPs as like APIs, as API is the bridge between a backend and front end. So LLM is also a bridge between MCP is a bridge between LLM and like the application. So let's move on. So now the fun part begins. So introduction to Playwright MCP. I think most of you have heard about Playwright, and most of you might have also be using Playwright in your day-to-day projects as well. So Playwright is a really powerful tool backed by Microsoft, and they are doing a really great job. And they recently, couple of months back, they introduced a Playwright MCP, which was quite interesting, and everyone started using it. And so what this Playwright MCP actually is. So in this illustration, I was trying to explain about Playwright MCP. You see in the left side, there is AI. AI stands for any kind of LLM. You can use Claude Sonnet, GPT-5, or anything. And there is a browser. So Playwright MCP sits between those LLMs and browsers, and it helps LLM to get interact with the actual web browser. So Playwright has give those tools like what we can do using Playwright, like click, type, and any other stuff like take screenshot, perform a task, opening a window, closing a window. So those kind of tools have been implemented in Playwright MCP, and they are actually fed back to the LLMs. And in this scenario, then LLM have all the data to write the test cases, generate the automation code for us, and actually which will be working for that particular scenario. So this has been launched by MCP, I think 2 months back, and I have done a POC, and it worked really well. But after a couple of weeks of releasing that MCP, Playwright team have launched a breaking change, which is Playwright agents. So they are really awesome. So let me go through what is Playwright agents. So Playwright team have actually gave 3 different agents. So one is planner and generator and healer. So these 3 agents can work independently. You can also use them sequentially, or you can also chain them as well in different things. So what is planner actually? So planner is an agent which is generally trained to write a test plan for your application. So you have to provide a context. Let's say I will show you, let's just specifically a seed file. So this seed file will be provided to the context of the planner, and then the planner will explore your application and then go through, and then it will generate a comprehensive test plan. So, and this generator, from that test plan, you can generate those actual automation test cases. And the healer agent is used for auto healing the test cases. So some of the generator test case might fail, and healer will run them, and actually they can heal, auto heal, and they can heal those test cases, and you can fix it. So actually what it does is it reduces the maintenance time as well as the cost of any automation test engineer. So you can just go and check some test is failing, some flaky tests are there. You ask healer agent to explore the app, investigate. It will actually run in debug mode those test cases, as we do generally in debug mode, the human being, to know where the test case is failing, why the test case is failing, and then it will fix those test cases, automation test cases. This is actually really helpful for all of us who are into test automation. Okay, so agents in action. So what is that means? So with all those boring explanation I have done till now, let me give you a live demo what Playwright agent can do. and then probably it will be helpful for most of you to understand what, if you have not used the agents, actually you'll get an insight what actually agent is. So let me show you a quick walkthrough. Okay, so I hope everyone is able to see my code editor here. So there is nothing fancy here. So I only installed Playwright in my VS Code. Here I have opened a Copilot chat. And as you can see in the package.json, this Playwright has been installed. So one thing to note here is you have to install or update your Playwright, the latest version of Playwright, at least 1.56.0 to use those agents. So, and another thing to note is like your VS Code, like VS Code, this VS Code should be at least 1.105. So that is the latest. So this version is released in September. So this you need to have those prerequisite in order to run those all the Playwright agents. So let's go to the Playwright documentation for a time. So if you go to the Playwright documentation, you will see a comprehensive explanation how you can use those planner, generator, and healer agent. So how, as I mentioned, so Playwright have given us an node packet executor command for this VS Code, Claude Code, and Open Code. So these are the three commands. You can just bring it in your terminal, and then it will create all the agents. And as I mentioned, so VS Code version should be 1.105. So in order to work in those agents. So let me copy this and go to my terminal. And let me paste it. And see this, these are the things it has generated. So it has generated those in my .github folder. It has generated this chat mode. This chat mode is generator, healer, planner. These are actually the agents. It has generated an mcp.json, and it has also generated a seed file. So let me go inside my VS Code. So now you will see here the magic. So you see in the .github folder, in the chat mode, it has this planner, generator, and healer. So these are the like if you just go through this planner.chat, this markdown file, you will see this. Use this agent when you need to create comprehensive test plan for a web application or website. So this is the description of the planner, and these are the tools. So this tool is actually provided. There are, if I am correct, so there are total 39 tools here. So this is basically nothing but whatever Playwright can do. These are the tools like edit, create file, create directory, file search, text search, browser click, browser close. So all of those tools have been implemented in the planner agent so that it can explore your app, and then it can actually write all the test plan for you. So as here Playwright have created all those comprehensive stuff. You can see you are an expert web test planner with extensive experience in quality assurance, user experience testing, and test scenario design. Your expertise includes functional testing, edge case identification, and comprehensive test coverage and planning. So this is basically how Playwright have used the MCP to create those agents. I'll go through the MCP file as well. So here you will see what are the tasks of this planner agent: navigate and explore, analyze user flows, design comprehensive scenarios, then structured test plan. So here all of those high level tasks has been detailed down by Playwright team with this clear description. This create documentation. This planner is generally for creating documentation, and then it has all the application overview. So it has all the tasks and things are already written. So test scenarios, add new to-dos. So it has to give, you have to give one context. So this is the seed spec.ts, which I'll explain you in a bit. So this is the planner agent. And if you go to the generator agent, so you see here the description, use this agent when you need to create automated browser test using Playwright. So this is the general description. This the same format is the tools. So this is the basically what Playwright can do, is given to the generator, so that generator can generate the test cases. Here it is written, you are a Playwright test generator, an expert in browser automation and end-to-end testing. Your specialty is creating robust, reliable Playwright tests that accurately simulate user interfaces and validate application behavior. So generator is generally used to generate all the test cases from a test plan which is created by the planner. So as I mentioned, you can use them in the chain system. So this is really, so here you can see briefly, for each test case you generate, you obtain the test plan for all the specs, verification service, and then run the generator setup page tools to setup page. So you can go through, this is a markdown file that has been auto generated, you do not need to bother about it. And then the healer, use this agent when you need to debug and fix failing Playwright tests. So you are the Playwright test healer, an expert test automation engineer, specialist in debugging, resolving Playwright test failures. And your mission is to systematically identify, diagnose, and fix broken Playwright tests using a methodological approach. So this is basically in nutshell, all the tools have been provided, like the debug tool here. If I can locate it, it actually will debug your test case in debug mode, and then it can use it. Another thing it has generated is this mcp.json file. So this is actually the Playwright test MCP. So this, as I mentioned, so this agents are working with MCP here. So this Playwright test, this is the MCP. Basically, it actually generated automatically. You do not have to do anything. This is just a plain JSON file. And another file it has generated is this seed file. So this is basically the entry point for the test planner. So if you want to do any kind of entry point, like navigate to a specific URL, or you have some fixture where you already logged in and you want to start your test, start that planner to explore from that particular page, you can do this entry point. It's totally optional. So you can leave it a blank, but you need to give a proper context to it. So I'll show you what it will do when I'll be generating a test plan, then generate the test cases and heal the test cases as well. But as you see here, you can see there are lines here. So that means these are not yet correctly configured. So you have to do something, update the tools in the MCP, so in order for them to work. So let me go here. If you see in the Playwright test, I have selected it, and then I am doing this update tools. So in case you found the same thing, you have to do it. Now you see, you are not seeing this Playwright test is selected, update tools are not there. And then I have provided this OK, and this, all the things have now gone. That means you can start doing it. So for this demonstration purpose, I'll be using this demo WebShop app. This is an e-commerce app which is used by Tricentis, provided by Tricentis. So this I'll be using for this demo. So let's have a fun with Playwright agents. So in the meanwhile, I'll just explain here. If you see, I think most of you now aware will be the Copilot. So here you see in the drop down, the agent, basically this agent plan, ask and edit. This agent is the generic agent provided by Copilot. And as those chat modes have been already present, created by the Playwright tool, so this planner, generator, and healer, these three are already added due to this Playwright. So we will be using not this agent, the generic agent, or any plan or ask or edit. We'll be using this planner, generator, and healer, which have been added by Playwright. So let's dive in. So you see here, as I mentioned, this you have to give all the agents. Let's say I have selected the planner agent. You have to give the planner agent a context. to where to start, which app to explore, which thing to do. So in this is basically Playwright have created this seed file which you can give to this planner, so that this planner can generate a test plan for your app. So let me go and give this await page dot go to. Now I'll be using this. So now for me, in this demonstration purpose, I have only given this title, like this page for here. So I will ask now, I have added this seed file in the context, and I have selected this planner. So for this purpose, demonstration purpose, I am using LLM as Claude Sonnet 4.5. You can use any of your LLM of your choice. I found Claude Sonnet 4.5 is a bit good. So let me ask, hey, can you explore the website and create a test plan for the login and registration station feature and create the plan in spec folder. So I have used this, just I have selected this planner, and then I've said, can you explore the website and create test plan for the login and registration feature and place it in spec folder. So there is no spec folder present. So I have asked it to explore the website and create a test plan for login and registration feature only, because if I ask this agent to generate a test plan for all the website, it might take a long time. So that's why I just asked it to generate a specific like feature, that's a login and registration feature. And this is also helpful because when you will be doing actual automation, you should always focus on a feature and give a narrow context rather than a wide context of explore my website and generate a test plan. So in that scenario, what I observe is the AI agent actually hallucinates really, and then it creates some vague scenarios which are not really helpful. So you have to actually verify all of your test plan. But this should be good, I guess, login and registration feature of that e-commerce website. So let's see what the planner does. Hopefully it will be doing something. Yep. So let's see. So this is really helpful if you want to understand how the LLM actually works. Like this Playwright agent, sorry. So this run setup planner page. So it is actually is one of the tools. This is this spec file. So I hope I have saved this, and this is actually doing something. So this has already, I have given the context here. I hope I saved the file. So it should, if you can see here, this Chromium, so it has already started launching the Chromium. So it will explore the app and it will create a test plan. So it's not just a vague scenario. This is what the MCP is doing. So if you see here, it's first time, it will take some time. So, and by default it will be running everything in the headed mode. So if you see, it should open the demo web shop URL. Yep, it is going here. So I have not written any code. So it's the setup planner. It should do its part. So now this is one of the stuff. So it has opened the website And for this purpose, what I have to do is when it will be using this kind of tools, all the tools, it needs the permission of me, because it does not have the administrator access. So for this purpose, you can do for demonstration purpose without review, but the recommendation is always to allow without review in this session. So yeah, for this demo I can do allow with this session. So yeah, as soon as I give it the access, so it should perform. Now I'll explore and log in session. So see, this is actually doing a click operation. If you can see my screen, so it has clicked the login. Now I have to provide all the allow option for all the tools. Once I've given for one tool, it will be sufficient in this session, but for different tools it needs to do it. See, it click the registration page. So it is actually running the click operation. It is doing something. So I need to provide the allow. So every time I do is this one. So if you see here, ran navigate URL. So everything is like a MCP operation, which it is doing. So running a click operation, ran click operation. So whatever it is doing, it is actually giving most of the click operation it has done, and it has always saving those all the test logs. If I need to do this, maybe probably I need to, yes, sometimes this resolution does not work, so you will not see this. So ran close browser, so it is open browser, close browser. So now it has already explored the website. Now I'll create a comprehensive test plan document for the login and registration features. So it has explored the app, specifically the login and the registration part, has closed the browser, and then it is generating me a test plan. Hopefully I'll see a test plan in a moment. This demo can go anything. It is depending on the agent. Let's see. Don't ruin this demo. Okay, let's wait a bit. It will take some time to create the MD file. So all the test log and the page snapshot it has retrieved, it will give to the LLM, which is the Claude Sonnet 4.5 for me. So, and this actually, they will draft all the test plan in the markdown file. So yeah, let's keep it for time being. So it has created something. So, okay. So the LLM, what I see here is I asked it to generate in the spec folder. So it created in the test folder. That is not the way what I have suggested. But anyways, this LLM, this agents need something. So let's see what this has given us. So this Tricentis demo webshop, this login and registration test plan, application overview. So it has given a comprehensive test plan. The Tricentis demo webshop is an e-commerce platform that provides user authentication and account management feature. The login and registration feature tested in this plan included user registration, user login, password recovery, navigation. So it has given all the comprehensive test scenarios. User registration, let's see what it generated in the user registration. Registered new user with valid data. That's a good thing. The expected result, this one. Register new user with female gender. Register without gender selection. So that must be the negative scenario. Gender is optional, not required field. So this you have to obviously check. So it obviously see that this gender is optional, but not required field, but you need to see if this is actually correct or not. So sometimes it did hallucinate and told that gender is optional, but maybe it's mandatory. So it's not always reliable. You need to review all the each and every scenarios it has created in the test plan. But it's a good entry point, I would say. Don't rely everything on the agent. Manually review all your test cases here. And let's say validate invalid email format. Good. So it has created a quite comprehensive plan. So it will take some time to review it. Let's not worry about what it generated. This is the out of scope. So it has assumed some out of scope thing. And this one. Okay, so let's start with this. Although it did not generate it in the correct folder. Now let's start with the generator agent. Let's see if the generator agent can generate any test cases for it. So for generator to generate test case, you need a context. This test plan is the context. So let's see this one. Let me ask it, generate me a test case for this particular registered new user with female gender. So I have used generator, and always what Playwright recommended is to use a clean context. So I have cleared the previous context, and then I have used generator and given this context, and let's see what it does. So it have this context, this test plan in the context, and this will actually generate a registered plan. So it will start exploring it. Let's see. What it will do. I'll generate test case for 1.2 from your test plan. Okay, so this is the first thing you will see it generate the setup generator. So you see in the planner, it started as setup planner. The similar thing it will do a setup generator. So what it will do, it will actually open a Chromium browser, and then it will navigate and it will manually perform the steps. So for this, as I mentioned, you have to allow it. So once you allow it, it will actually go and perform the scenario like manually, how you used to do identify locators. So in this scenario, it will run all the scenario. It will generate the test log. It will get all the locators. It will pass it to my LLM, and then it will generate me a code which should work, I hope. So let's wait for it. So this one, navigate to the URL. So let me allow it and skip, but you should always verify this in allow and review one. This can be dangerous when you will be doing production, and always do commit your things. It has all the access to create and delete file. So do commit your changes before doing planner, generator, or healer. So once the test plan is created, review it, commit it, and then start it. So here, I think it needs some more. Auto approval is done. So let's see what it is doing. So it has selected some female, I can see. Okay, this is taking a bit long. So now it's telling it, it's allowing it. So ran type, so it is running the type. So once it ran the type, it should ran the last name, email. So this is all the data. So I have not given any test data as well here. So it is manipulating all the data. So it's somewhere it's coming from. I don't know where it's coming from, the LLM, but it is actually generating this data. So what I feel is sometimes this LLM and agents works really slow, and sometimes it can work really faster. It depends. So this is like allow it. For this demonstration purpose, maybe I'll allow it without reviewing, so it will be more faster. but in your original scenario, it should not do it. You should always review what you are allowing. So this is type. It is, I have allowed, so it has type first name and last name. So it has entered this password, email as well. So allow without review, always allow without review. Let's see if it can fast forward everything. But this is dangerous in your live site. For demonstration purpose, I just allow it so that it can go faster way. I hope I'm not out of credit on my Cloudson 4. Yeah, it has entered this. So yeah, it has entered the password. Let's wait for the confirm password. So it has already confirmed password. Now it should click the register button and see the verify the message. So it's working. Let's wait. Yeah, that's why I have not given anything here. So it has already clicked that your registration is successful. So it will now verify the success message. It should verify the success message because this should be a part of the scenario. The registration is successful. And also this one. Let's see it once it generates the test case. Yep, perfect. It's the registration is successful. It is approved test log. Okay. Let me approve it. So I think I need to, yes. So this ran verify text visible. So this is a new tools it have used. So that's why it asked for this verification, the approval. So it's actually, you can see this intent, verify registration completion successful, text your registration is complete. So it has this input. So it will obviously pass it to the LLM and then approve test results. So then this allow without review and verify element visible. So it is actually running all the test case, generating the locators, and then it will create the test. So let's wait. I hope it will work. Okay, now it actually do is it generated the logs and write it the test file. So it is asking me permission. So let's give it a permission and see. You see ran retrieve test log. So whatever it has retrieved, the MCP, it is now passing it to the LLM. LLM is also using this to generate a test case for it, which is the purpose of generator. So hopefully it will not, the next thing it will do is to write a test file here under tests. Yep, ran write test, which is the next thing. Once I have allowed, it should start writing the test file. I should see, yes, you can see this. Yep, so it takes a bit time, but yeah, it has generated. So you can see this. So it has go to this URL. It has this locators. So what I specifically found is the locator is it's actually finding a good thing. But although this is a preliminary test case, it has generated, but it's a good starting point, I would say. Obviously, in the next step is to refactor it and do it is a model like page object model, everything it can do. But for the interest of time, as it has already generated the test case, let's see if this test case have been passing or not. Okay, let's see. Yep, you can see this registration with this user have failed, and this is the thing which because this user is already registered, so this user is already registered, that's why it's failed. So now if I ask the healer fix, I will say if this is failing, and this is the obvious reason is whatever it has generated the test case it has given. So fix the failing test. If I say failing test, I use the healer. So what the healer will do is it will do the healing. So let's see what the healer is doing. So healer will run the test case and it will heal it. So I have to allow always. So let me do allow always, because with the interest of time, because the time is going on, so the test case is failing because you cannot find your registration. Let me debug. So now this test case is run in the debug mode. You see it has already opened the website and it will perform all the test case. It found the specific email ID exists. So once it found out that this already exists, so now what I can see the issue that shows this exists. So now it knows that this test case is obviously this is a hard coded data what it has generated, and then it should change that thing to a datetime.now, which is really cool stuff which it has done. So now next time when it will run with a specific user. So let's see if this test is working or not. So now also I have ran it and it is also running it. But if it runs faster than me, it will actually fail. But this time it has passed. But obviously this will be this date time. It's a dynamic one. So this is how it will work. And this is probably it for this playwright presentation. With the interest of time, maybe I will just briefly go through the rest of the slides here. So with the playwright, as I know, this one is the Cypress prompt. So as you know, this Cypress is also one of the popular tool which have invented a really great natural language processing AI tool. So here you see Cypress have introduced a prompt. So it will convert all the demo, like what I will say, this array into a natural language. If you can see, you can just give it a natural language and then it will actually generate a test case for you. So in the Sci prompt, you will give an array of strings and it will generate a test case. So this is a really good where you are converting the natural language steps into an executable Cypress test. If I know the time is really short, I would have thought of a presentation for a live demo, but with the interest of time, I will not show you because it will take more time for the Cypress prompt to work. So you can see what this actually is doing. Cypress prompt, this is actually this prompt is converting the natural language and giving it AI model and then parsing it, and then it is generating all the Cypress tests. So this Cypress actually uses all the DOMs, and the one of the catch with this Cypress prompt is this, that this Cypress prompt can only work if you have a Cypress cloud, which is not a free thing. So that's how you cannot use Cypress prompt without a Cypress cloud. That is one of the catch here. And also what I found out, the locator it generate is not that great. So let's see what the conclusion. So for me, I would say the AI tools is really, so this I found out from LinkedIn. AI is a mirror reflecting not only our intellect but our values and fears. So this has been written by Ravi Narayanan. So he's also one of the CEO of some of the banks in India. So I know we are like frightened with AI. AI will replace human being. There are a lot of speculation, but I think everyone should learn AI, and because it will be a really good productivity tool, and it will really help us to boost our productivity. It may replace the job, it might not replace the job, but we never know the future. But definitely it will help to improve our job as well. So that's my thoughts here. Then if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And I'm really thankful for you to join in this conference. And yeah, that's kind of it for me. This is my LinkedIn profile. If you want to connect with me over LinkedIn, you can do that. So yeah, that's
Wow. Superb. Cool. Wow. Very helpful. Superb. Cool. And we have a few questions from our audience. So, Animesh, our first question. So, Animesh, what advantages does using the Model Context Protocol provide compared to traditional approaches to test state management?
So model context protocol actually helps us to give the LLM the tools. So you can just ask LLMs. You can in fact, with the model context protocol, you can create AI agents. Let's say you need some specific AI agents for any of the tools, not for test automation, but for creating documentation for any tool. So this model context protocol can give your LLM the power to create that tool. So you can build an AI agents, as I have shown here. The AI agents are built on top of MCP. So MCPs are really powerful. You can give all the tools to the LLM, and LLM can do the work for you, which might take and long time for you to do, and it's really boost your productivity.
Oh, really? Cool. And the last question, what typical mistakes or challenges can arise when implementing the Model Context Protocol, and how can they be effectively overcome?
So I would say the MCP, the one of the disadvantage of MCP here is that whenever the LLM is like if you give an MCP a particular narrow context, it will really work for you. But if you give a broad context to an MCP and ask it to do something, in that scenario, the model actually did not achieve its goal and do hallucinate. So this is one of the disadvantage, and you can't rely on MCP at all. So you should not rely on MCP, and you should narrow your context. And this is one of the main challenge when you are implementing a model context protocol. So you have to give all the provided all the tools in the MCP, and you have to narrow out the context, like as Playwright have built. What is the planner? What is the generator and the healer?
Excellent. Thank you. Guys, if your questions aren't answered, don't worry. Our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Wonderful. Animesh, thank you for your excellent, brilliant presentation, for your clear, professional answers, and for taking the time to join us all the way from Australia. Your experience and knowledge made your talk truly valuable for all conference participants. Thank you for the inspiration and for sharing your professionalism with our community. And now, let's welcome Azat and his Kahoot. Azat, move on.
Guys, how was the game? I hope it kept you entertained during the break while waiting for our next special guest. Remember, our amazing contest is in full swing, and you can still score awesome prizes by completing the contest rules. Follow us on social media to learn more and join the fun. So let's welcome our honorary speaker, an experienced program QA manager with over 20 years in IT. She successfully manages large and diverse projects, builds effective QA teams, and implements modern approaches to automation and performance. She also combines strategic thinking with deep knowledge in banking, gaming, and retail. And her leadership and communication skills help achieve outstanding results in complex and dynamic projects. And simply a wonderful girl straight from Canada, meet Natalia Moisienko. Natalia, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Guys, can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay, I believe that I can start. Thank you so much for the so nice welcome, nice words. And today I'm going to tell you about our experience for one of the maybe biggest our clients, and about how do you see how the AI will shape our future, and especially in quality assurance field. So what we will be talking about, first of all, I do believe that it's obvious, but we also need to talk about why we need to involve, why we need to develop ourselves, and where it leads us, which skills we will need. Then we will talk about some strategical thinking, which I think that it's maybe the most important for our profession, especially in the future. The next chapter will be about human and AI collaboration. It's not like AI plus human, but vice versa. So we will be guiding, I believe, and we will be driving this AI adoption. Then we will talk about new types of application we will be validating. It will be AI-infused testing. It's a new word, it's a new direction, and it's definitely will be one of the maybe key skills we will need to have in the future. Then again, we will be talking about, in general, which skills do we need, and how to adopt in your team, how to adopt AI. So let's move to the first slide. Just a quick sound check. Okay, I believe that, yeah, I'm audible and visible. Perfect. So first of all, why do we need to involve? Nowadays, we are moving, maybe, can you please switch to the next slide? Tatiana? Yeah, thank you. So there are so many conversations about how AI is shaping our future and how AI is shaping especially IT world. But still, we are still in the core of this movement. Why? Because actually we, like humans, we can evaluate if AI moving into the right direction, if it helps us, and actually to validate and guide him. So still, AI cannot work without human-directed help and support. So let us talk about this, what is in the reality, how it helps us. Can we please switch to the next slide? First of all, maybe your team is already in the direction to moving from the reactive to predictive QAs, but let us talk a bit about what does it mean. For many, many years, since the testing as the profession just appeared on the market, we were mainly focused on validating the product. And finding and fixing the issues. And our participation in software development lifecycle was mainly reactive rather than predictive. I believe that you will support this idea that actually for many years we were working with the whatever product delivery team is shipping to us and validating. Now, maybe it's not the situation in your team. Maybe your team is already mature quite. But in general, the overall movement will be more predictable. It means that with the help of AI, with the help of our skills and strategic thinking, we will be more focused on how to prevent issues, how to help the delivery teams not to face with some challenges. So it will be like more strategical thinking and more predictable analytics. And of course, one of the skills will be about the predictive analysis. Sorry, it's quite, yeah, I'm outside of my place because the connection was so bad. So sorry for the, maybe not, I'm not looking great under the sun, but nevertheless, we will be moving into more scalable strategies. It means that each of us, we will need to become more strategist and think and prevent issues the team might face in the future. So let us move to the next slide. So what it requires? Just 1 second. What is requires? First of all, we will need to think about architecture and architecture first as design. It means that we will need to focus what really matters and where AI can reduce the noise. You see that the main problem when we introduce AI, specifically for the test design, it can generate like a lot of things, yeah. And only we as the human, we can decide actually what to take, what makes sense, how to optimize. Otherwise, it will be very heavy, not manageable, and maybe not focusing on the target we need to achieve. Then the next step, we will need to use the reusable modular assets. It means that whatever you design, guys, you need to think about how you can reutilize it in the future, how to make it like more applicable for different use cases. And in general, and maybe the most important thing, that we will be having, and I truly believe that it's actually one of the main direction in QA world. We will be again, this is AI which shapes this future and this direction. But in general, I do believe that we will be having only one unified quality team. There will be no separation between manual or functional and automation engineers. We all need to be able to do this, to validate, to strategically thinking about how to better validate the application, but also to use AI as much as possible to automate our work. So my personal opinion that there will be, we will be eliminating this separation between two roles. So the main role in the future is more quality assurance strategist, thinker, rather than manual or automation engineers. And again, in this, when with AI, we will be able to enlarge the scope of coverage, right? We will be able to generate more test cases. But again, do we really need to generate 1 million test cases? I don't believe so. So the main focus will be to focus on value-based prioritization. So apply those tests which will bring the real value, which will help business to develop and to move further. Can we move to the next slide? A few words about human and AI collaboration. I've already said that still we will be, yeah, if you can do the presentation like in, how to say, the automatic mode, not, yeah, there is a slide under this, Tanya, yeah. Yeah, just play the next slide, just play oh my God, I forgot. Yeah, there is an automatic screen should appear, but it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to showcase that currently AI helps us a lot with some basic things like test design, and we are able to generate pretty good test cases, and even to collect it into the traceability matrix to build the requirements and test cases linkage. So it helps a lot, as well as it helps us to generate some quite useful and applicable for many cases automation. So this was just an example of a real work, and under this black screen there is another screen, unfortunately doesn't work. With traceability matrix, I just wanted to showcase you that we are using it on daily work. We use it for automation, we use it for test design, but in general, the main message is that if you are expecting to get some like fantastic productivity gain, it might not happen from the very beginning. The productivity gain we will get if we implement AI into every stage of SDLC process. And this is just an example how we as QA, we are using it at the moment. So we are generating quite a good test design, test scripts, and also automation scripts. Can you please move to the next slide? Yeah, and just this is actually the very interesting statistics from one of the research agents sources, which showcase how during the last year, how the utilization or usage of AI has changed. If you see that mainly teams are using it for different types of document, which is actually test design is also a document, or the strategy is also a document, but more and more we will be using it for data and analysis. And this data and analysis, in fact, will be very helpful for us to do some predictive analysis of our applications, and also about how the defects will behave. And if you have enough history of the defects, enough database, you also can be will be able to forecast which defects you will have in your testing cycle, and so having this information how to prevent them. So just wanted to showcase you that the usage and adoption of AI has changed the main area it's applicable. So in general, what coming next in the way of AI? Agentic QA pipelines. So more and more agents we are designing the agents, right? And they're helping us to assist more and more with different use cases. So these agents and pipelines, they will be collaborating to each other. Even now you can put different agents in the one pipeline, so they help you with different types of test analysis and prioritization, and with starting from test design to the regression analysis, etc. So agentic QA pipelines still will be very much in use and will be developed further. Defect intelligence, as I've already mentioned, so AI is really very good in analyzing the defects, the root cause, and how to prevent, and the typical and some patterns, which helps us to prevent the defect in the future. AI on AI testing, what it means that with more and more AI being present in our software development, we will be more and more validating not only the solution, but different types of software like copilots, engine, autonomous features, and tool using agents. So there will be some kind of, and still it is already in place. So we have quite a big volume of the solutions, which are not like were not typical a couple of years before, but now we are testing copilots, bots, and some different recommendation tools. The next wave, what will be in our QA, in our QA world, this is how LLM actually validates itself. So maybe you've heard about AI as a judge. It means that two different agents or two different LLMs can evaluate each other, and it also can help us. So there is a high possibility that there will be finding something we will never find. So this is also a quite interesting new direction. And still, we will be having human in the loop governance. As I said, that actually no only human at this moment can make a final decision about what to test, if it meets the business priority, if it's actually something we need, or it's not excessive testing which won't bring any business value. So still human in the loop still will be in place. And I truly believe that actually with this AI assistance and a lot of agents and different tools AI brings to us, we will be more like strategists and making the governance for the AI. And it will be really very interesting move into our profession. And still, AI safety and drift monitoring should be our top priority. So there are some kind of key areas. I do believe that AI will be in the development in the nearest future. But then who knows what it brings else? Actually, this is only the horizon we can see at the moment, but then no one knows. Let's move to the next slide. So in automation, of course, with great AI help, and now maybe you guys who are already working with AI in automation just already know that it helps a lot. It helps to generate the code. It helps to find the patterns. In our case, in our account, for example, on top of the generating some scripts, AI also helps to find the scripts, because actually the repository is quite big. AI can help us to find the typical scripts we can reuse, and it helps a lot, because actually the one of the big problem when you are generating the test automation, it's when your backlog of the test automation scripts becomes too heavy. It's like too many tests. And more, if you are not doing the optimization of the scripts, it become a problem, because you need to maintain, you need to support such a big scope of tests, and no one knows actually if it's still useful or not. So AI can really help you to optimize the test automation scope and also do the maintenance work, and then analyze which test can be maybe eliminated or which test can be reused to extend it to the bigger use cases. So this is actually one of the key really areas AI helps a lot. And also AI helps, it's already helping us to analyze the patterns and analyze the failures of the automation script. So more and more AI will be able to fix some patterns, especially if you are guiding him properly. It will help you not only to work with the scope to prevent some like duplication or usage of the scripts which don't bring any value, but also to analyze the patterns and to eliminate the failures in the script. So it's already in our work. Let's move to the next slide. So another chapter in our life, this is AI infused testing. It's very interesting. It just like stepped into our reality. AI infused testing. Just think about that, how many systems appearing on the market which are generated by AI or generated with the help of AI, or maybe some blocks or models generated by AI. And there is another type of testing actually. Can we please switch to the next slide? Yeah, so this is actually how the AI in products redefines us. So we now have, I've already mentioned that we have now copilots, assistants, chatbots, recommendation agents, different types of maybe purely, maybe partially generated by AI application. So there are some logic which generated or influenced by models in real time. And output was actually can vary based on the context. So just imagine what is the volume of such application appear on the market in our world. Just think about it. And of course, we need to learn how to test such application, and we need also to learn what to focus on. And I would say that maybe, guys, in the maybe at least at the nearest future, which we can predict, which we can see, we will have something to work on. Yeah, so the quality assurance or quality engineering will be very much in demand, but we need to actually to evolve. We need to adopt to the technologies. So as you see, that what we validate now, yeah, skills for the future. Yeah, I believe that I've already covered this. So we can move to the skills for the future. So to be ready to the next era of quality engineering, I'm just like I would like to maybe to summarize the previous conversation that we, in general, we are moving to the predictive quality engineering. We are moving into the world when we need to be able to validate AI-generated or AI-infused software. We need to be strategic thinkers because we need to validate that actually whatever AI helps us to check if it's meets business expectation or not. So just put everything together and think about which skills do we need for the future. Is it something we need to bring into our experience? I do believe yes. Can we also switch to the next cycle? Next page. Yeah. So as you see, there are, in my view, there are 4 main pillars, and you can validate your team or your maybe experience against each, or maybe you can extend it. But from my perspective, we still work with guys. We still work with humans. It means that humans prefer to interact with humans. So maybe you also know it based on your experience when you call to the call center. Maybe it's not about you, maybe it's only my experience. But if you have some specific problem which cannot be easily fixed, you prefer to speak to the agent, to the real human, to resolve and to get the proper communication. So still in our profession, the communication and client-centric consulting will be on the top priority. So we really need to have quite a good communication and consulting skills, and to be able to generate the proper QA strategy, which will meet business expectation, and our quality, to make our quality as a business value driver. So, and to be able to navigate in this sea of the data and million of artifacts generated by AI, we need to have analytical and data-driven skills. It means that for deeper data analysis, you need to know how to actually to operate with big data. So you need to have at least some math and statistics skills to be able to generate the right output and to analyze the data properly and to make the proper insights. You see that, for example, when you work with the quality metrics, you cannot just generate a number of maybe dashboards or visuals with the data statistics. You need to convert these metrics into some insights which will be helping your business and your leadership to make a decision. So this is actually the ability to translate QA data into business insight. It's a very important skill. So test architecture and process engineering. This is the next pillar. Again, in order to guide AI, you need to actually to understand which process you are building and which processes you might have, and to choose the right one. So everyone should understand the end-to-end test architecture. By test architecture, I mean which process actually you can apply, how to adopt a specific process to your daily life, to your specific task. So you need to have quite a good and extensive understanding of the processes and the architecture, test architecture, to be able to choose the proper one. And for tooling, automation, and AI enhanced delivery, I've already told that from my perspective, we will be eliminating in the future the separation between the manual and automation testing. And of course, AI helps us, even if we don't have much experience in program or maybe programming skills, we will be able to generate more and more. With AI, you can use and easily convert from one programming language to another, or use the AI generated blocks. But in general, without having the coding skills and basics, how you can validate if AI generates something which will fit the which will fit your needs. Actually, for my perspective, some code basics which we should all have to have. At least how to actually to write the proper code, how to optimize it, how to work with repository, and some basic programming skills. This is something we need to focus on. So this is actually the maybe key key skills we need to obtain, and as you see, it's way more far from the what we've seen for the last years. We need to understand the process and test architecture. We need to have some analytical skills. We need to have some tool automation and coding basic skills, and all together will help us to actually to be on demand and to bring value to our customers and companies. So can we please move to the next slide? So now talking about adoption, adoption on your project. So depending on where you are with your team, I would like to say that we have quite a standard adoption path. At least we've seen quite a standard adoption path for many projects. And here I will be maybe sharing my own experience. Can we please move to the next page? Yes. So this is actually, guys, it's from my perspective, it's quite a typical adoption path. And based on my experience, I would say that we did a couple of, not mistakes. It wasn't just mistake. No one knows how to actually to better adopt. It was quite a time when everyone tried to bring AI as much as possible to actually to push the team to start using AI, and was expecting to actually to see the productivity gain from the very beginning. This is actually was maybe the phase we all faced with in the past, but now we better understand how to adopt AI. And I would say that before to adopt AI, first of all, you need to actually to lower your expectation a bit. What does it mean? That if you expect that AI will bring immediate result, it won't happen from the very beginning. You need to give your team, you need to give your team time to experiment with AI, because AI is not some like magic solution. You need to know which use case, which business case you can use for AI. It means that you need to give your team time to experiment with AI. Give them time, give them the tool, give them the knowledge, which is also very important. You need to go to provide your team with some basic knowledge. For example, in our case, what helped us a lot, we invited our AI developers to our quality assurance teams, and we asked them to actually to bring us more information about what are the modern LLMs on the market, for example. what they actually, what one LLM is more useful for which use case, what is the difference between them, how it's built, what is the neural links. So all this information helped us to motivate people to understand and go deeper into this technology. So I would suggest that before to expect anything like real results or some real productivity gain, you need to actually to give team a time to explore. Just give them a tool, give them a knowledge, so they can start adopting it to some specific use cases. Then you can collect those test cases and see how to scale it. Otherwise, maybe other way it won't work. But just maybe quite important, but maybe missing step, that before to actually to introduce AI, you also need to see and maybe to audit your own processes. So if you have kind of chaos in your systems or chaos in your test processes, it will be really very hard to adopt AI. AI cannot help you to sort out your maybe misalignment and ununified process and procedures. So firstly, have a look where you are with the processes on your team. Is all your team are generating the test cases? Because actually to apply AI to the test case generation will be quite maybe a first and quite smart first step. But if you have a different process and your team generating the test cases in different way, you won't be able to scale. You won't be able to scale. You won't be able to grow your like agent or AI adoption and to implement it across different streams. So this is some like homework you can do in order to actually to help your team and maybe to think one step ahead while your team is experimenting with the solution and trying to find some use cases. Have a look on your processes. Whatever can be unified is better to unify. Whatever can be eliminated, it's better to align on the some typical processes. This step is very important. So once your team is exploring, maybe give them maybe a couple of months to explore the AI solution, then you can move to the next stage. You can experiment and trying to identify or to list some typical use cases you see which will bring the most value. Test design is maybe the one first step, quite obvious for every team member, but then you might have it for test plan creation or some specific automation scripts, whatever works. I seen the recommendation from one of my colleagues. They did the following. They just listed all the test activities they have in the team. And against each activity, they just put the mark. Okay, this is more likely AI will help. This is more likely AI won't help. This will help partially. You can also implement the same approach. But in general, don't expect that it will happen from the day one. Give your team time to explore, then bring them to the next stage. Bring them to the use case listing. And only when you integrate AI in your daily life, you can start collecting some metrics. But again, based on our experience, I would say that also you cannot expect that those like some benefits you will see from the very beginning. Again, it's a process. Also, people need to know how to do this prompt engineering in the proper way. People need to to have some basics like in prompt engineering, or maybe some technical basics or some maybe code basics to be able to produce better results. And only on this stage you can start collecting some metrics. Start from the maybe very basic metrics as engagement rate. It means just start collecting the information about if every team member uses AI, or maybe someone is still like have some resistance ask them why, what actually prevents them from using. And not only after that, when you see that, yes, everyone is using it and everyone is experimenting, you can see, you can start tracking the other results like productivity gain. So as you see, that this is the process. You cannot expect that it will help you from the very beginning. Don't push your team. No, don't actually ask them to start using it from the day one. Give them time to learn, to experiment, and to find the best use cases for your project or for your organization. This is a very important. AI can be applied for different use cases in different companies. And this is a very important step. So we can move further. This is actually, this is the real world use case, which I already shared with you, that in our organization, of course, we didn't know much as we know today about the AI. And of course, as many others, we were expecting that we will bring AI, we will bring our solution. We have a really amazing platform and everyone will be using it and it will be a huge success. And we introduce it to the wider audience. But actually, this approach didn't work well because of the actually what I've already shared with you. It didn't work well just because some people were quite resistant to the approach. Quite a lot of people just maybe didn't have enough knowledge and understanding about the new technology. Some of the people were like, we are not on this stage. I mean, globally, in the world, we are not on this stage. But it was just our story maybe a couple of months ago that some of the people were afraid that they will lose the job. They actually were afraid that AI will replace everything, which is actually not the case. As you see that it's not the case. AI cannot work without human being guiding them and leading them to the business outcome. So we are not on this stage, on this phase, or on this understanding of AI any longer. We are not there. But it was like our approach we took, and then we were trying to analyze why people quite resistant. We identified a couple of key reasons, and then what I've already shared with you, that what helped us a lot, we brought some really good specialists who were able to motivate people by telling them more about the technology. And of course, you can read a lot, but when the real person who is quite experienced in the AI and the how LLM are built in neurolinks, if they tell, actually, if they can able to motivate your people, it helps a lot. So if you share more knowledge, you can give people more information about the technology, it will motivate them to experiment. So this is actually was our experience. And as I said, this adoption path, I've already shared with you on the previous slide. It was built on our own experience, but also speaking with other specialists and other key managers from the industry, they have all the same. So practical recommendation for teams starting their AI. Actually, I've already covered it, I believe, quite well. So don't automate chaos. Just at least identify some key processes you need to work on, and do some baby steps. Make some baby steps, choose the small use cases, but think about if you can. So those use cases should be scalable. It means that it should be quite typical, so you can adopt it across different teams. This will be the best way to adopt AI on your team. And at the end, I just wanted to share with you the Alan Turing words that, again, it's very well still applicable to AI, that we can see only in short distance ahead. No one knows what happens next, but we can make some baby steps we still have plenty there that needs to be done. So this is a very interesting journey, worth trying and worth moving into this direction. I wish you all the good luck in adoption AI in your future. Think about that, how it transform our role, and what are the strategical thinkers we need to be able with such a powerful tool to stay on the front of the software delivery world. So good luck, guys, and yeah, let's let's wait for the bright future ahead of us. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, Natalia. Wow, superb. I'm confident that your presentation has been extremely valuable for our audience. We have received a few questions from the platform. Let's discuss them. So, Natalia, our first question. What examples of successful AI applications in testing can you share from your own experience?
Examples of AI application testing, let me think. So first of all, I would say that we can apply AI into different types of testing we are doing. Actually, where it helps a lot with the automation and performance testing, and also in some different types of testing activities like test design, test plan, and test strategy preparation. So maybe a lot. I'm working for retail industry. It helps us a lot now. So we also have some chatbots and recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, and recommendation modules, which AI helps a lot to validate. So I hope that maybe this is one of the, from the fresh experience, this is one of the key areas we are testing now.
Oh, amazing. Next question. How can AI contribute to automating not only testing, but other stages of the software development lifecycle?
Oh, it helps a lot. So as I said already, that starting from the, it's raining. Starting from the test design and test plan preparation, it helps a lot. It's maybe unreplaceable tool to help us to generate test cases. And also AI can read the architecture diagrams. They can easily identify, for example, your test scripts are maybe missing some important checks to validate. And it helps us to do the AI in our tool, in our software. It provides us with the gap analysis. For example, I have designed test scripts for the application, and oh my God. I've designed the scripts, and AI helped me to identify gaps, which scripts or which negative testing or which edge cases I have missed. It was really very helpful. Sometimes actually you can miss it very easily, especially if you need to do some negative testing or some edge case testing, guys. So actually, this is maybe my first helper for the test design. Then I'm doing the test planning and test strategy, of course. And the strategy, AI can help to identify which testing types I need to cover. Also, again, it validates me. I always have some approach or like understanding how I can build the testing, but it validates me and helps me to not to miss anything. Then the next cycle. Our current platform easily generates data cases and move it to the repository. I don't need to create the test cases by my own. I can just click a button and the test cases will be moved to the repository. Next cycle, when we execute, it helps a lot into defect analysis. This is actually, it was one of really the most amazing things. When I design when I see the issue in the software, I can bring to AI even some screens. It can help with root cause analysis. Automation guys are using it also for automation scripts generation, including the API tests, performance, parity tests. It helps in like in many different automation scripts, and then at the end it helps me to create the summary report. That's maybe it. And also, if I have a lot of issues, it helps me to analyze them properly, to identify some patterns, to do some insights, and to actually to make a informed decision. So that's maybe.
Really cool. And the last question, what metrics and indicators are most informative for assessing the effectiveness of AI solutions in quality assurance?
Okay, great question. I believe that I've already mentioned if we are assessing the AI adoption in your testing processes, I would recommend start from engagement index and then moving to the productivity gain. But again, based on our experience, you might not be able to see the huge productivity gain just from the testing. Of course, it will accelerate the some testing phases as test design and testing phases as automation. It will accelerate, but real productivity gain, which will really bring some value and motivate, and also be supported by your managers, you will see only across the whole SDLC cycle. So every team, like business analysts, developers, they're using AI for their specific needs. And in general, you will be seeing the quite a good productivity gain across different streams and across the SDLC process. So maybe these two metrics, like engagement, productivity, which will help you to calculate um, which will help you to calculate time saving per the cycle. And also I would maybe work with some defect metrics, identifying how many defects AI helped you to analyze. It means that you can, after that, you can convert it into some safe spacing, because actually same time savings, because actually if you're able to analyze the root cause of the issue by yourself, not asking the developers, you also will save time. But in general, it all will actually lead to the lead time, or the time needed to resolve, and time to market actually. It will help you to calculate the time to market. It should reduce and accelerate this time to market. Yeah.
Awesome. Guys, if your questions weren't answered, don't worry, our speaker will respond to everyone in writing as soon as possible. Natalia, thank you so much for your inspiring and very useful presentation, for your clear, informative answers. It was great to hear your practical advice. You truly energize and motivate us to move forward. Thank you for sharing your experience and supporting our professional community. So folks, our incredible, amazing AI conference has come to an end. Special thanks to our speakers and huge thanks to our participants. Follow us on social media so you don't miss any of our events. You are the best. See you in the future, which is already here.
Thank you to everyone who joined our conference. Huge thanks to our speakers for sharing their expertise, and immense gratitude to our audience for their participation. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with exciting events. See you again soon.